Welcome everybody to our third annual History Slam. We're so excited to have you all here. My name is 𝐒𝐵𝐻𝐻 and I am the library director and museums director for the city of Monterey. Our event is sponsored by Cannery Row Company, Monterey Public Library, the Western Flyer Foundation, and Voices of Monterey Bay. So we thank all our sponsors for supporting us in celebrating local history along the Pacific Coast. And we also want to thank our wonderful committee of judges for their efforts. Sorry, the committee and our judges for their efforts in creating this event. So that's Susan Schilling-Law, Emily Gottlieb, Greg Caillet, Kent Seavey, Joe Levernois, Tim Thomas, Sean Briscoe, and Kim Gudmundson. And of course, I participated and I'm 𝐒𝐵𝐻𝐻. And I think we're just about ready to get started. So now I'm going to introduce our MC, Master of Ceremonies for today, and that is Sean Briscoe. And he is our phenomenal reference and local history librarian. So thank you so much. And Sean, take it away.
Thank you very much, Inga. And thank you all for being here. It's great to see so many people here for this fun and exciting event. We have people from Newport, Oregon, Sonoma County, Humboldt County.
Oh, no.
Historical thing. Monterey.
Oh,
Monterey.
His name is Bentley.
What is it?
So just as a reminder, we have asked people to please mute themselves to limit distractions. But yes, we have people as far away as Japan, Washington State, London, and more. So I'd like to introduce our first presenter of the day is the Untold Stories of Asian in California Agriculture. Presenting will be Amy Wu, an award-winning writer for the women's ag and ag tech movement. She's an entrepreneur and storyteller, bridging the action in the fields of the digital advance in the office and laboratories. Amy sits on the Diversity Advisory Board of the Eco Farm and created and led the Untold History Asian Farmers in California. In addition to her, we have Dr. Robina Bhatti. Born and raised in Karachi, Pakistan, she's an academic, activist, and organic farmer. She's a professor of global studies at the California State University, Monterey Bay. Her expertise is in the area of global economic, global politics, and ecology. And their last member of the group is Larry Hiraha. Born and raised on a small farm in Madura, California, he studied agriculture at Cal Poly and worked in the vegetable seed industry for 40 years. Establishing his own seed industry company, he worked in ag irrigation for 10 years after selling his seed business. He currently is residing and farming organically on the family ranch. Larry is active in the Salinas Chinatown revitalization, cultural and history preservation. So at this, Amy, it's all yours.
Well, thank you, Sean. I'm not seeing myself on the screen, but that's okay. I'm seeing you. I want to thank you for your introduction and for having us here today. I'm going to start a little bit by sharing a little bit of housekeeping that tech issues today are kind of one of our speakers, Dr. Robina Bhatti, has been struggling with the internet and everything, which, you know, in this day of age is not a surprise. So I think I'll just give a little intro, since it is a history slam. I think I'll just give a brief intro to myself and how this, you know, this talk started, and then maybe we can go straight into Larry's presentation. Larry Hirahara, I will, you know, we will play his presentation that he did on Zoom. All right, so my name is Amy Wu, and I'm an award-winning writer for the women's ag and ag tech movement and the founder From Farms to Incubators. I'm really glad that there's people from all over the world joining us today. From Farms to Incubators is a multimedia platform that uses documentary video, photography, and the written word to tell the stories of women leaders and innovators in ag tech, especially women of color. It includes, like I think I noted, the documentary, but it also includes a book called From Farms to Incubators that includes 30 portraits of women founders in ag tech. It's been awarded grants from the International Center for Journalists and the International Women's Media Foundation. It is an ongoing initiative with the goal of inspiring more women into working in the food systems and agriculture. And prior to that, Farms to Incubators, I spent decades as an investigative reporter at the USA Today Network, where I reported on agriculture for the Salinas Californian. Some of you on this call, and I do recognize names as well in the committee, know this as well, that I reported for the Californian. I give you a bit of background about myself because my passion is in storytelling. My passion is in documentation. I majored in history at NYU. And today's session was in part inspired by my work as a journalist. In 2016, I was assigned to cover agriculture in the Salinas Valley for the Californian. And I noticed that when it came to leadership on farms or major agribusiness companies, there were not many women, people of color, especially women. To be sure, it is important, I feel, to understand history if we are to understand the present and consider the future of who owns the land and who is farming the food that we eat every day. Asians have contributed tremendously when it comes to agriculture. And on that note, it is also Asian Pacific, Asian Pacific Islander Month, API month. So I do want to note that too. So I want to ask a couple of questions out there to our participants. Did you know that? And I'm going to answer those questions though. Starting in the 1860s, Chinese began reclamation of land in Sacramento, San Joaquin Delta, a marshy swamp that was subject to heavy flooding. This work involved building a series of levees to control the flooding. The Chinese were hired for as little as 90 cents a day using hand shovels and wheelbarrows. By 1880, they had reclaimed 88,000 acres from Delta marshlands for ag production, most notably, quote unquote, the asparagus capital of the world and the major source of Bartlett pears. Japanese American farmers were a huge presence on the pre-war West Coast, producing more than 40% of California's commercial vegetable crop alone. A June 1942 federal report noted that the Japanese people were the most important racial minority group engaged in agriculture in the Pacific Coast region. Did you know Filipino Americans contributed to the farm labor movement, and that has largely gone untold? In the 1960s, Larry Italiang of the Agricultural Workers Organizing Committee, Filipino American farm workers, including some other leaders like Philip Veracruz and Pete Velasco, walked off table grape farms to demand wages equal to the federal minimum wage. 8 days later, Cesar Chavez's mostly Latino National Farm Workers Association joined, kicking off the 5-year strike. So indeed, the history of Asians in agriculture in California is an immigrant story. The vision for this special lightning presentation is to increase awareness and knowledge of both the challenges and contributions of Asian farmers in California through the lens of history, the past, and to use that to examine the present and future in further discussion. How can history be preserved and remembered and serve as a foundation for a better and brighter future? Can documenting and celebrating history inspire a new generation to continue to consider opportunities in food and farming? And this is a segue into the presentations. Robina, if you're out there in the audience, please open up your mic and speak up. Otherwise, I'm going to jump forward to Larry Hirahara's Zoom. Larry grew up on a family vineyard farm in Madera, California, and worked in the Salinas Valley in the seed industry for 40 years. He currently lives on the family farm in Madera, growing organic raisins and blueberries. He has a passion for farming, and just as a little bit of background, Larry, Robina, and I, and 𝐿 who is not presenting this time, have done the Untold stories for now. This is probably the 4th year. We've presented at Eco Farm and some other ag summits, with the hope that more of these stories will be celebrated and told. So Sean, if you're there, maybe you can play Larry's Zoom and then maybe bring me back on stage. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Larry Hirohara. I became involved in Chinatown cultural preservation as president of the Buddhist Temple of Salinas. I am here to share stories that connect the theme of historic preservation with agriculture and the immigrant story. Early Salinas Valley agriculture began with in the mission days, producing food for the mission. In 1896, Klaus Spreckels came to the Salinas Valley to establish the largest sugar refinery in the world. Growing sugar beets required much labor. Klaus Spreckels is considered a precursor to the intensive agriculture in the Salinas Valley. The Chinese were the first to arrive in the Salinas Valley. They migrated to locations in California upon the completion of the Transcontinental Railroad and the end of the gold rush. That would be in the 1860s. Mainly men, many were merchants, houseboys, cooks, or farm laborers. The Chinese were significant in agriculture because they dug the gravity flow drainage ditches that still exist today, such as Tembladero Slough. They helped build Spreckels his own railroad and also made deal with landowners to clear the land of willows. In 1892, the Chinese Exclusion Act stopped Chinese immigration entirely. The need for increased labor, need for cheap labor, created an opportunity for people in Japan. Immigrants from Japan were issued passports by the government of Japan. Labor contractors from Salinas recruited laborers promising work. When they arrived in Salinas, the labor contractors had boarding houses for the men. In Salinas, there was racial bias, so the Japanese boarders ended up next to the Chinese in Chinatown, as that was the only place they were allowed to stay. In 1907-08, the Gentleman's Agreement stopped issuing passports to the United States, which the agreement did allow wives in Japan to immigrate to their husbands. This exception created the phenomenon known as picture brides. Japanese men in the United States would have a trusted family friend arrange a marriage, and their only contact would be the exchanging of pictures, thus circumventing the Gentleman's Agreement. Although most arrangements worked, this was a unique time and place in history. The California Alien Land Law of 1913 barred aliens, but mainly Japanese, from owning or leasing land. In 1942, the Immigration Exclusion Act barred Asians and Japanese entirely. In 1942, Executive Order 9066 incarcerated Japanese aliens and Japanese American citizens during World War II. At this time, Japanese farmers were growing over half the produce in the Salinas Valley. According to Salinas Buddhist Temple history, there were over 300 families as members before the war, and only 50 families returned after the war. With the Chinese and Japanese Exclusion Acts, along with the unavailability of Japanese during the war, laborers from other sources were sought. The Philippines had become a U.S. territory after the Spanish-American War. Filipinos came to the United States and became farm laborers like their immigrant predecessors, experiencing harsh conditions. The Filipinos took a different route as farm laborers, though. They began to organize and form unions. They were subject to the Salinas lettuce strike as they attempted to organize to increase wages. The story of Larry 𝐒𝐿eong is not well known. He organized Filipino laborers during the Delano grape strike. His organization, Agricultural Workers Organizing Committee, made a deal with Cesar Chavez of the fledgling National Farm Workers to merge and create a unified front against the growers. It was this collaboration that eventually made the Delano strike and the UFW succeed. California had anti-miscegenation statutes. These prevented white women from marrying men of color. It was amended in 1933 specifically to include Filipinos. In 1934, of the Filipino men, Filipino workforce, 94% were men. However, couples would travel to Washington or New Mexico states to get legally married and not be prosecuted in California. The Watsonville riots. Filipino men were dapper and enjoyed female companionship. There were taxi dance halls where women, predominantly white, would dance with Filipino men for a dime a dance. These gatherings enraged the local white men. They accused Filipinos of stealing their women and jobs. over 500 men attacked a Filipino camp in Watsonville. Guns were fired, and a Filipino laborer, Fermin Tavera, was killed. No one was ever prosecuted. In the end, I try to tell the contributions of Asians in Salinas Valley agriculture, which is also an immigrant story, whose has to be told. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Sean, for showing that. It's such a treat always to watch Larry's presentation. It's very rich. Actually, there's a version that's much longer, and if you're interested in that, please email me and I can connect you with Larry also. Really excited. I believe she's here out there on the online world, but we have our other speaker, Dr. Robina Badi, who has joined us, and she is going to present. I'm going to share a little bit about Dr. Badi. Dr. Robina Badi was born and raised in Karachi, Pakistan. She's an academic, an activist, and an organic farmer herself. She's also a professor locally there at CSUMB and has been teaching global studies for over 27 years at CSUMB. Her class on global ecology focuses on agriculture, and that's what led her to organic farming. As a farmer herself, she engages in agroecological practices, draws on her Punjabi farming heritage. It's called Robina's Organics, and it specializes in Asian vegetables. Robina, please join us with your presentation.
In which case, I won't go over my slides. I'll just talk about my section of it, and I cover mostly Punjabi farmers of California. I like to point out that I'm doing so while they're doing this, I like to point out that I look at California agriculture from the perspective of agrarian capitalism, where land and labor are the two things that are the most important. And then what I'm looking at is why the South Asians came to California. They're part and parcel of the story of the success of California. And then I focus on how they started, where they started. They started in Northern California as working in the lumber industry on the railroads, and then moved into farming because they came from one of the richest farming valleys in the world, the Indus Valley. And so what I did with my presentation was to be able to go through their success. Their success is not just in farming, land and labor. Cheap labor is what California's agricultural success counts is all about. And so the Punjabis of California are very much part of that success. One of the richest peach farmers in the Northern California is also one of the richest people in Northern California. 3 generations of farming. They've kept their farming and their traditions, their food systems alive, but they're also very much part and parcel of California's history. So I'm sorry, wasn't able to go through my slides, but I guess my time is up pretty much.
Well, thank you very, very much, Amy, Robina, and Larry for our first presentation. Very interesting. And now we'll move on to our next presentation. So our next presentation is Toni Jackson and Ed Ricketts, Partners and Visionaries by Susan Shillinglaw. Susan Shillinglaw is a professor emerita and Department of English at San Jose State University. For 18 years, she was the director of the Center of the Steinbeck Studies at San Jose State University. She has published widely on Steinbeck, most recently Carol and John Steinbeck, Portrait of a Marriage, On Reading the Grapes of Wrath, and A Journey into Steinbeck's California.
Good morning. I welcome to the History Slam. I'm delighted to be here, and thank you to the Monterey Public Library and Cannery Row Company for their generosity in supporting this outreach. Today, I'm going to talk about Toni Jackson and Ed Ricketts, Partners and Visionaries, 1940 to 47. She was his common law wife. She was very much a partner and very engaged with the lab group. But you know, I've talked a lot about Ricketts over the years and have never really talked about Toni. So this, that gap in my own presentations to me when I was writing my Carol biography. So she was a very dynamic woman. So I'm just going to give a sketch of her life. First of all, you know, Toni said of Ed that he changed my life. He was in a way back to the original life, which is an interesting comment. Her father was a homesteader in the back of Yosemite, which is a different story altogether, but part of her very interesting background. She was born in Berkeley in 1911 as Susan B. Anthony Solomons. Her mother, unfortunately, was institutionalized, so she grew up mostly with her father and brothers. She did attend UCLA, but left before graduating, as did many of her generation. She was a termite, which means that she was part of a study led by Lewis Terman at Stanford that began in 1921, and he was looking for students in California schools who scored over 135 on his test, the Stanford Binet test, and she was one of those. So she was a very intelligent woman. First of all, I want to talk about her relationship. This talk has 3 parts, but I want to briefly talk about why her relationship with Ed was so special. She came to Monterey in 1940. She was recently divorced. She came down from San Francisco with a friend of hers, Virginia Scardili, and came to Cannery Row and apparently asked to use the bathroom at Ed's lab. And he played her Baroque music and tears were streaming down her face. And shortly thereafter, she moved in. So she was with him for 7 years. She said to me, I thought I hated music, but he, she said, introduced me to a whole world of music and poetry. Toni described herself as passive and accepting in a feminine way. She was a bit younger than the others, but she was also a very sympathetic presence. For instance, she was on hand when Carol and John's marriage was breaking up, and she tried to sympathize with both sides. She saw Ed as a thinking man. She said he ran specific biological, and it kind of bumped along for years and years, but his mind was elsewhere. He was a people person, she insisted. He never put anybody down. He built on the idea that you might articulate and gave it back to you. He was a wonderful, loving, gentle, giving person, which is a great description of Ed. Steinbeck, she was not quite so fond of. I loved her comment about first seeing him. I remember seeing his back. Look at that size of that back, she said. She described him as a bull chained on a volcano. She thought he had this tremendous energy and anger. But of course, Steinbeck and Ricketts were very, very close friends, and so she would have also witnessed their discussions and readings and observations. Of course, much of that was in the 30s. Steinbeck was not at the lab as much in the 40s when he was living in Los Gatos and then later working on World War II propaganda. Of Carol, Toni said that never underestimate Carol. She was the one who really made John Steinbeck, as I note in my own biography of Carol. But she was witty, smart, intelligent. Carol read books, said Toni. And she said also that Carol liked her, even though Toni was much quieter than the outgoing, often bawdy Carol. Of Gwen, Steinbeck's second wife, Toni also knew her because, of course, the breakup, Gwen was on the scene. And she was fun, a good time gal, and witty, but perhaps her humor not as sharp-edged as Carol's. Toni insisted that there was not a lot of political talk at the lab, but talk about ideas and jokes and hijinks. You know, Ricketts at the time, when she said he was a man of ideas, here's a comment from one of his notebooks. There is simply more, a light beyond the statement, the Hitlers usually win. That's true enough on one plane, and in world affairs, you can bet on it and win. But there's more, deeper, less dark, Hopkins, the Gerard Manley Hopkins, saw it. He tried to say it. There is one. Yes, I have one. He tried to tell where. All he can say is yonder. And all Jeffers can say is beyond. Now that's sort of the germ of Ricketts' essay, Breaking Through. But that's what she means when she said Ricketts was a thinking man. Now, Ed's closest friends, she said, were Rich and Tal Lovejoy. No one knew what Tal was really thinking. She was a party gal, said Ricketts' son, and Elwood and Barbara Graham. Richie was a journalist, but also quite a good artist. As you can see, that's a sketch of Steinbeck that he did. Elwood Graham did this wonderful portrait of Steinbeck that we don't know where it is now. Steinbeck told Elwood to paint out loud. He loved with his huge physical presence, and that painting captures that kind of some of that bulk and that anger. This is the painting that Elwood's wife, Barbara Graham, did of Steinbeck writing Sea of Cortez. Toni said she had the New Yorker around the lab. It was her favorite reading material. She moved into the lab with her daughter, Kay, and Kay had a brain tumor and died when she was 13. And basically, Toni took off after that. She married a man who had been at Hopkins as a student, Ben Balcony, and she went first to New York and then to Palestine, which soon became Israel, with Ben Balcony. So she had another chapter in her life. But back to her time with Ricketts and at the lab, she didn't just stay in the lab all day, of course. Ed was working, and she spent a lot of time at working as an editor and as a writer, and of course taking care of her daughter. But she typed the manuscript from John's yellow legal pad pages. So she painstakingly typed Sea of Cortez. You can see this, one of the reviews said, a legendary writer, a quirky scientist, and an epic ocean voyage that would rewrite the rules of ecology, as the book was described. When she lived in Monterey, she also answered letters when he was away doing war work in 1941, 42, 43. She typed the Pearl when he came back to Monterey in 1945, and she typed the Red Pony script later. She also worked at Fort Ord after the war in personnel. And she was a writer-editor for What's Doing, a magazine that Bruce Arras, another friend of Ricketts, started. And so I'm going to talk a little bit about that. Later, she worked for Steinbeck in New York City for a while when he kind of hatched this idea of starting a world video company, which was short-lived. But What's Doing was, one of her major projects, especially in, later 1940s. And she wrote several articles. Often she wrote under pen names. So some of them are TJ, some of them are Toni Ricketts, some of them are other names. But TJ, she wrote about Julia Platt. It's one of the first articles on the mayor of Pacific Grove, who was a very unusual woman in the early 30s. Her story is worth telling, writes Toni, not only because PG owes much of its beauty to her, but because she was a rare and remarkable woman. One is tempted to say, a great woman. Really, Toni is one of the first to say that. She knew she had more intelligence, honesty, and aggressiveness than most of the other citizens, and she never hesitated to admit it. So she really pinned Julia down there. Here's a cover. They had wonderful covers, What's Doing. You can see there she wrote about artists and writers on the peninsula by TJ. She wrote about the Bach Festival and Noel Sullivan, and she covered the string quartet and the regional orchestra and art shows, and Cyril Connolly, a London critic, is in town. So it was really a kind of peripatetic overview of everything that was happening on the peninsula, and Toni covered that. Here's her pen names that she used, and also a wonderful portrait of Toni by Gene Arris's brother. More on What's Doing. She wrote an article on Cannery Row. So she really had a keen interest in the regional scene. the same time that she was writing these articles, Ed Ricketts is doing sardine studies in the 40s. I'm not going to talk much about them, but they were published in the Monterey Peninsula Herald. So in some ways, they were both journalists together for a while. He wrote in the 1942, 46, 47, and 48 Sardine supplement that was published by the Monterey Herald. They also plan to do a high school text on tide pools. At least Ricketts wrote that he and Toni were planning to do that. He wrote it in 1945 to stress cooperation, which in tide pool animals is perhaps as important as the competition, the struggle for existence, about which we've been hearing nothing else since Darwin was popularly misinterpreted. So perhaps that's a project that they hatched. Finally, and my third point about Toni is that she was politically engaged. This is a story told in a wonderful film about the Japanese coming back to the Monterey area that was recently shown at the Japanese Heritage Hall. But the headline says, local groups plan action against prejudice. And Toni was one of the speakers at this January meeting in Salinas, where hundreds of people of all races, colors, and creeds gathered to lay the groundwork for organized and militant opposition to the spread of racial hates and prejudices. And, you know, Toni was there and she was a speaker. She was the Monterey Interracial Committee leader, and she spoke on community problems and solutions. So she was very much engaged and conscious of the prejudice in the region and wanted to do something about it. When she returned to Monterey after that meeting, however, she told me that she got teased. People around the lab were not very political, she insisted. Finally, I want to end on what happened to Toni after she left Monterey. She went to New York City, as I said briefly, to work for Steinbeck. And then she went to Palestine. Actually, it was May 14th, 1948, Ed Ricketts' birthday, that Israel became a nation. And she was totally isolated. So, and she said she didn't hear about Ed's death for almost a year. She was totally cut off from the outside world. But she did write for the Jerusalem Post and edited scientific publications. In 1959, she came back to the United States because Ben joined the Scripps Institution of Oceanography, and Toni gravitated to Western Behavioral Sciences Institute, studying human psychology. So she had a rich and varied life, and she was an interesting, intelligent, and compassionate woman. I very much enjoyed talking to her. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Susan. That was a wonderful presentation. And we will be moving on to our next presentation. Up next is Judith Deim from Steinbeck to Pátzcuaro. And our presenter will be Steve Hawk. Steve Hawk's a writer and art dealer at Hawk Fine Arts. He wrote award-winning films, time captured in paintings and the roots of California photography, and the book Steinbeck, The Untold Story, in addition to the screenplay, The Willow Grave on Judith Deim.
Hello, my name is Steve Hawk. I'm here to talk a little bit about Judith Deim, wonderful artist, Brenda Steinbeck's just kind of an amazing life. Judith was born in St. Louis, which happens to be my hometown, in 1911. And she was born to a musical family. Her mother taught piano. She was a violinist. But her great love was art. And as she grew up, she did a lot of drawing and painting. And she went to the St. Louis School of Fine Arts at Washington University. This is an image of her young, about that time probably. And there she met a young modernist artist named Elwood Graham. Elwood, like Judith, was born in 1911. Like her, very gifted. In 1932, they became a couple. They weren't married, I don't think, at that time. And they packed up a car and they headed for California. They got on Route 66, the famous highway. And those were Dust Bowl years. They passed and talked to a lot of struggling farmers, people heading west to California, people that would become part of Steinbeck's Grapes of Wrath. It took them many days to get to Los Angeles. By the time they got there, they did not have much money. They didn't stop in Los Angeles, but went straight to Santa Monica Beach to see the ocean. Years later, at age 18, I hitchhiked to California, and I did the same thing. When I got to Los Angeles, that was great, but I wanted to see the Pacific Ocean. Midwestern kids are kind of that way. And so I went all the way through to Santa Monica Beach and saw the ocean for the first time. Then I went back. Judith and Elwood, not having much money, seeing the ocean for the first time, threw blankets down on the beach, sat and watched the sunset, and did drawings as they did that in their sketchbooks. And it was a really important thing that they did, as it turned out, because they slept, and when they woke in the morning, there was a tall, gray-haired man. I'm sorry, could we go ahead with Elwood at that age? And then go one more, please. Thank you. A tall, gray-haired man called Gordon Grant, and he headed up the WPA, the Works Project art program in Los Angeles. I'm sure it's called by another name. I at least messed that up. He was barefoot. He was walking in the sand, and he picked up their sketchbooks, and he looked at them, and he said, "You guys are pretty talented. I'm heading up doing murals in Los Angeles area post offices, and we're working on one right now in Ventura, and would you like work?" And of course, they took that work. I mean, they were down to probably $7. It was precipitous, whatever the word is. It was just an amazing meeting. Then working on the mural about a week or two later, and they were doing an orchard scene of people picking fruit, peaches or something like that. They heard a deep voice behind them say, "God, kids, if only people could get work like that now. It's getting difficult, more and more difficult." And they turned around, and it was John Steinbeck and Ed Ricketts, who were on their way from Monterey to Mexico and stopped at the Ventura post office. Now, Steinbeck and Ricketts didn't mean anything to them at that time. Steinbeck was beginning to become a little bit famous, but they didn't know it. They didn't know him. They talked for a long time, and Steinbeck and Ricketts said, "If you ever come north to the Monterey Peninsula, please look us up." In 1935, they did that. Please move on to the next slide, please. They became very quickly part of the circle of Steinbeck and Ricketts and Bruce and Jean Harris and just all the people that hung out at the lab. They settled in, they began to paint, and they began to raise a family. This is a painting Judith did in 1939 called Cannery Row, as you can see. And it's about an argument on Cannery Row. And she told me at one time that the man in the background in the tie with the yellow shirt is poetically or symbolically Ed Ricketts. She didn't necessarily want to make it look exactly like him, even though at the time he did wear a goatee. But she said he was continually breaking up fights. He was a peacemaker. Please move on to another slide. In 1941, Steinbeck told Judith and Elwood that he would like to settle down and start writing again. And since they had always wanted to do his portrait, why didn't he sit down and start writing? And why didn't they do a portrait while he was doing that? So they did the painting together. They were probably sitting about 8 feet apart, and Steinbeck was at a desk. This actually happened in Elwood's studio. And what's amazing is that their portraits are so different. They were looking at the same man, yet came out with these different interpretations, which I think is, I've never seen this where two artists were doing the same person and came out in such a different way at the same time. Judith, if you can see right here, Steinbeck looks very composed. It's interesting the way he's holding a pen. He looks very together and like he is working hard. Now let's go on to 𝐒𝐬𝐬𝐧. Look at that. Totally different. He's looking neurotic. He's looking like a writer. He's looking like he's troubled, a little bit troubled. You can see it in his eyes. And I imagine, I think about it a lot, when they were doing this painting, they must have looked at each other and gone, well, we can't both be right. And maybe they were just seeing totally different sides of him, but just amazing. Judith's portrait is at the Martha Heasley Cox Center for Steinbeck Studies at San Jose State. 𝐒𝐬𝐬𝐧 is missing. It was famous for a while. It was around. Nobody knows where it is. If you ever come across it, it's important. This was actually just detail from it. It's a little wider in scope and would be a museum piece, would be a very important piece. Could we move on, please? Next slide. Steinbeck cared for Judith and 𝐒𝐬𝐬𝐧. He really believed in their talent. And at one point in the 30s, when he felt that they needed more inspiration, he paid their way to go to Mexico to learn how to paint out loud. That's what he called it, paint out loud. They could never quite figure what that meant, but I think they did have a good instinct for what it meant. And this was one of 𝐒𝐬𝐬𝐧's pieces. They would go into Mexico and they'd be there for a long time, and they went through some difficult periods. Pátzcuaro was a place that they loved, Lake Pátzcuaro, and that would figure later in Judith's life. Can we move on again, please? This is a very great painting by Judith. It's called Beach Picnic, as you can see. People think it was either done in Pacific Grove or Big Sur or Point Lobos. Judith told me that this was around 1937 or 38, and it was a time when Steinbeck was being threatened for what he was writing. And Judith said the group always felt like when he went out, they would want to be with him to protect him. And this gives a feeling of that. You can see Steinbeck looks very pensive in the middle. He's ignoring that beautiful naked woman, who we think is a poetess, but I'm not sure. Judith put herself in the painting playing the guitar. And Ed Ricketts is leaning on his elbow, and people used to say of him that he was small, but he evoked power. This, as I say, is a wonderful painting and an important painting. Can we move on, please, to another slide? This painting came into the gallery one day, and it looks like Pacific Grove City Hall, I'm not sure. And somebody wanted to sell it to me, and I was going back and forth on whether to buy it. And then I looked at the back of the painting. Next slide, please. And I knew I had to buy it. It's Studio Gallery Deim. She had a studio near the railroad tracks, close to where the aquarium is now. It was just a part of that time, a part of that life. And she was in the studio the night that Ricketts, I think it was 1946 or 48, his car stalled and he was hit by a train and died a couple days later. Can we go to the next slide, please? She did a painting called The Accident, and whether this is him or not, I don't know, but it could be, and I think it is something I want to investigate as time goes by. Ricketts was put on a cot and taken to an ambulance, and people were gathered around. Can we please move on to the next slide? I put this in just to show what a great portraitist she was. This is, we think, Miki Hayakawa. And Miki is herself a story. She was a great artist. I mean, look her up. She was amazing. And she was taken from her home in Pacific Grove and put in the Japanese American internment camps. And her story is a wonderful one, in that the warden of that particular camp let her out in the day to paint with other artists, which was showing a very big heart in a very dark time. Could we proceed to the next? This is three of Judith and 𝐒𝐬𝐬𝐧's children. It's probably taken up on Huckleberry Hill, where they lived for a long time in Monterey. About this time, the marriage started to come apart. Things started happening. Judith left for a while and went to New Mexico and Mexico, places like that. And in 1959, the marriage pretty much over. She left, and with four children, a woman around 50 years old with four children, traveled to Europe. We go to the next slide, please. One of the first stops was France. She would do paintings like this, Black Juggler, France. I don't know how she paid for things. She was selling art, I suppose, on the way, but she was not well off. She had a daughter, Julie, who was a great flamenco dancer, but it was probably a few years after this that Julie got any income from that. And Julie's a very strong story that we'll get to very shortly. Could we go to the next slide, please? They not only traveled throughout Europe, into Eastern Europe, into Spain, they also went into Senegal and Morocco, and she painted everywhere she went, and they carried the paintings with them that they didn't sell. This is kind of an amazing painting, I think, of just four figures. Could we go to the next image, please? This is Julie, and Julie was an incredible flamenco dancer, and whenever they needed money badly, she could play at a taverna, she would dance. People would throw coins into baskets. She had made a basket in Africa. Villagers had shown her how to weave a basket, and she would put the basket out, and money and flowers would be thrown into it. She was quite amazing and very gifted. Can we go to the next image, please? This photo was taken about the same time on the coast of Spain. We think the Atlantic coast. It could have been the Riviera. We're not sure. This is Julie, and you can see Judith in the car smiling and laughing. This was shortly before a very tragic thing happened. A boy was drowning, and Julie threw herself into the ocean to save the child. She did save the child, and then she was swept away and died. And Judith went into total, obvious depression and a period of long grief that lasted throughout her life. One of the things I found absolutely amazing about Judith is she could be painting in any kind of style, and it could be selling. But if something emotionally happened to her, the painting, her art would then reflect that emotion. She painted from the heart all the time. There were things, and one of her sons said this, she could have been wealthy if she'd painted in particular styles. I mean, she was that good, she could pull anything off that she wanted to do. Like that portrait of Mickey Hayakawa, she could be very straight, she could do that kind of thing. But it was always an emotional response. So for the rest of her life, her paintings would become very dark, but also very beautiful in a way. Can we go on to the next image, please? This is her in older age with her granddaughter, Tiffany, who teaches in the Los Angeles area, has done street murals in LA, looks a lot like Julie, is like all of Judith and Elwood's grandkids, great grandkids. They seem talented. They're dancers, or they're artists. They're very soulful. Anyway, Judith had been with the kids until Julie's death in Europe and Africa for 17 years. She returned to San Francisco, and then she came to Monterey. She didn't fit in anymore. So she left for Pátzcuaro, Mexico. And there she spent the rest of her life. Can we go on to the next image, please? That life was so interesting, a film was made on it, Ghostbird, The Life and Art of Judith Deim. You can find the trailer on that if you just go into the internet. It's quite fascinating. It'll show you her home in Pátzcuaro. She lived there the rest of her life. At about the age of 91, 92, thieves broke into her house and beat her. She survived. She came back strong. She continued to paint. Could we go on to the next, please? And the images were often like this. Roses in the Snow, I find very moving because it's probably thinking of Julie. There's sadness there, but there's also beauty. And she could always find that kind of combination. And you see the animal looking on a leopard, and it could very well be Julie loved Africa, so it's possible reflecting that. But it reflects just kind of this soulful thing. Judith died in 2006 at the age of 95. Elwood died the very next year. He had left Monterey and gone to Oregon, and he died in 2007, if I've got the dates right, at the age of 96. So this young couple that got on Highway 66 in 1932 led kind of an amazing life, rich in art and emotion, and pretty much died about the same time. I mean, they could have both made 100. Just an amazing couple, and I hope you look them up sometime. You'll find them fascinating. And if you come across Elwood's painting, please, let's get it to a museum of Steinbeck. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Steve, for that wonderful presentation on Judith Deim. So we have about 3 minutes before we jump into our 11 o'clock hour. So we're just going to take a few minutes break before we dive into our next presentation. So we'll be back in about 2 minutes. Thank you, everyone. All right, it is 11 o'clock and we are going to get to our next hour of presentations. I would like to send out a special thank you to our sponsors and our judges, or to our sponsors for this event. I'd like to say a special thanks to the Cannery Row Company, the Monterey Public Library, the Western Flyer Foundation, and the Voices of Monterey Bay. And we would like to thank our committee and judges for their effort in hosting this event. I'd like to thank Susan Schillinglaw, Emily Gottlieb, Greg Kaye, Kent Seavey, Joe Livernoy, Inga White, Tim Thomas, and Kim Gudmundson. So this hour we'll be hearing from Michael Hemp, the Pacific Northwest connection to Steinbeck's Cannery Row, Chris Chase, History of the Western Flyer, John Sanders, Technological Innovation in the Ancient Pueblo of Monterey, 1880, and Carol Marquette, Steinbeck's Two Wives. So up next is Michael Hemp with the Pacific Northwest connection to Steinbeck's Cannery Row. Michael Hemp was born and raised in Berkeley, Gonzalez University and Cal Berkeley educated, United States Air Force Captain Special Intelligence Operations in Thailand, Laos, and Cambodia, moved to Monterey in 1980, worked for Monterey Life magazine, formed the Cannery Row Foundation in 1983 as executive director, research historian, and board member Emirates 2016. Relocating to Gig Harbor, Washington to initiate the research and communication of shared historical, maritime, multicultural, ecological, and Ricketts Steinbeck Western Flyer legacy. Published Cannery Row History in 1986 to present, Cannery Row, the history of John Steinbeck's Old Ocean View Avenue and the connections to the Pacific Northwest.
This is Cannery Row historian Michael Hemp with a brief presentation on research on the Maritime Pacific Northwest connections and contributions to Cannery Row Monterey history, which have gone unrecognized until now. Since 1986, my history of Cannery Row has chronicled the origins and participants of Old Ocean View Avenue, Cannery Row's real name, and its historic literary, industrial, and ecological legacies. That history now extends to our unrecognized historical connections with the American and Canadian Maritime Pacific Northwest in a further expansion of the special Part 2 section of our archival 5th edition of Cannery Row, the history of John Steinbeck's Old Ocean View Avenue and its connections to the Pacific Northwest. Today's abbreviated presentation will focus on some of the host of unrecognized connections between the history of Cannery Row canneries, Monterey's sardine fishing fleet, and the maritime Pacific Northwest history of the same period in western Washington's Puget Sound, Canada's Vancouver Island, the entire coastline of British Columbia, and Alaska, including its Aleutian Islands. Perhaps the earliest major connection between Monterey and Cannery Row with the maritime Pacific Northwest is about the boats. After the turn of the century, Monterey's rise to fishing prominence was achieved with locally built Sicilian Lampara boats. They were powered by one-cylinder Hicks two-stroke gasoline engines and were large enough for the engine, the crew of 6, and the Lampara net, adapted from Sicilian Mediterranean experience, but not with enough room for the sardines encircled in their huge net. This required towed lighters, the barges seen here, to hold the catch when the Lampara net was pulled in by hand and the sardines were transferred into the lighters at night on the waves of the Pacific. Schools of sardines could only be located at night by the green fluorescent flash on the surface of the ocean caused by the turbulence from schools of feeding sardines. The week each month, from August to February, Monterey's sardine season, when reflected moonlight made locating the green flash impossible, was spent mending the nets and maintaining their Monterey clippers. A major Monterey turning point was the 1926-1927 season when Canner Newt Hovden sent to his tuna operation in San Pedro for the purse seiners Admiral and Mariposa to break a boat owners versus canneries strike to settle the season's price per ton for sardines. The sardine fleet would never be the same again. This was the beginning of Monterey's purse seine era. Our recent research has identified that the Admiral was built by Croatians in South Puget Sound at Tacoma in 1915. 53 feet long, with a dry enclosed cabin, a galley and bunks, a powerful diesel engine, a power winch to pull and stack the net, and a hold that could carry 70 tons, and a rotating net table to make the purse seine immediately ready for the next set. The new Wolves of the Sea were purse seiners built largely by Croatian boatyards at or near Tacoma, Washington, in South Puget Sound. One of the most famous boats ever built is the purse seiner Western Flyer, shown here after its launch at the Western Boat Building Company on the Tacoma waterfront in 1937. The Western Flyer is one of the major links between Monterey, Cannery Row, and the maritime Pacific Northwest because of author John Steinbeck and his closest friend and mentor, pioneering marine biologist and ecologist Edward F. Ricketts. More on that in a moment. This is a typical view of Monterey's harbor filled with purse seiners, most of which were built in the Pacific Northwest in South Puget Sound at Martin Olich, Western Boat Building, Martinac, Barisic, and Skansi. The cutting-edge Croatian design and construction of these boats and the fearless Sicilian crews that manned them fishing on the Pacific at night enabled Monterey to become the sardine capital of the world. And in 1938, the Western Flyer joins the Monterey sardine fleet here at anchor in Monterey's harbor in 1939. And now about Ed Ricketts and his major role in the maritime Pacific Northwest story, which begins at Port Townsend, Washington in July of 1930. This iconic photo of Ed Ricketts in the bull kelp off the Point Wilson Lighthouse in Port Townsend, Washington on July 25, 1930, was taken by Jack Calvin, Ed's co-author of Between Pacific Tides, eventually published by Stanford University Press in 1939. The decade of research and collection in the Pacific Northwest in the 1930s found Ed deeply drawn to the vast diversity of intertidal life and the wide variety of tidal conditions of the maritime Pacific Northwest, which contributed to it. Departing from Tacoma in late June 1932, Jack and Sasha Calvin, Ed Ricketts, and his friend, mythologist in development Joseph Campbell, cruised in Calvin's motor launch, the Grampus, up the Inside Passage to Sitka, Alaska, on a marine biological collection trip by boat that Ed would never forget. The Naquasina, one of the famed Willits Brothers canoes crafted in the South Sound, strapped to the deckhouse of the Grampus, had been rowed from Tacoma to Sitka by Jack and Sasha Calvin on their honeymoon. Here is a glimpse of some of the early confirmed Ricketts research locations in the lower maritime Pacific Northwest, from Wallachet Bay near Gig Harbor to nearly encircling Vancouver Island, British Columbia, 1,000 miles from Cannery Row, occasionally with his young family operating from a rental cabin at Hoodsport on Washington's Hood Canal. From the early 1930s, the Ricketts family, Ed Ricketts, his wife Nan, his son Ed Jr., his daughter Nancy, and his daughter Cornelia, nicknamed Ricky, spent many spring and summers at the Gateway Inn and Cabins on the shoreline of Hood Canal at Hoodsport. Ed's eldest daughter Nancy stated that they always stayed in the same cabin every time but once. From there they ranged all over the Hood Canal and surrounding region together, collecting specimens for Ed's biological supply business, with occasional trips to Shelton and Olympia for supplies, to ship specimens, and to see a movie. Ed Ricketts drove a Packard 740 limo to the Pacific Northwest until early 1937, shown here in Carmel Valley in 1935, and a photograph by his son, Ed Ricketts Jr. At the bottom left corner of this aerial photo of Hoodsport, it may be Ed Ricketts' 1937 Ford V8 coupe, with the Gateway Inn at the center of this image, from where Ed and Toni Jackson spent several months traveling and collecting all over western Washington and Puget Sound, just before Ed, a World War I veteran, was inducted into the U.S. Army for the second time. The Gateway Inn was replaced in 1953 by a salmon hatchery in that location today. This map of the lower maritime Pacific Northwest indicates Ed Ricketts' dedicated interest in research and collection in remote regions of coastal British Columbia. The upper coastal sites are from Ricketts' 1932 10-week voyage with Joseph Campbell on Jack Calvin's Grampus to Sitka, Alaska, and the late 1940s research trips to the Queen Charlotte Islands, today referred to as the Haida Gwaii. These Ricketts sites, confirmed to date, are in coordination with Professor Colin Levings, University of British Columbia, and prominent retired fisheries scientist. And now let's turn to the connections to the Sea of Cortez. Ed Ricketts and John Steinbeck were both authors in 1939. Ed's Between Pacific Tides elevated public ecological interests, while Grapes of Wrath brought death threats to John Steinbeck. A leisurely voyage of travel and research to Mexico's Sea of Cortez provided Ed his first research voyage since 1932 with his co-author Jack Calvin. It also removed John Steinbeck from the ugly backlash from his expose of the inhumane conditions arising from the Dust Bowl migration to California. Two books came out of the Sea of Cortez voyage in 1940. The first, Sea of Cortez, co-authored by John Steinbeck and Ed Ricketts, was half narrative of the voyage and half the expedition's science achievements. It was published shortly before Pearl Harbor and went unreprinted. In 1951, after Ed's death, only the narrative half of the original book was published as The Log from the Sea of Cortez by John Steinbeck. Two of the lesser-known secrets to the success of the 1940 Western Flyer voyage to the Sea of Cortez were Tacoma's skipper, Tony Berry, a partner in the building of the boat at the Petrich family's Western Boat Building Company on the Tacoma waterfront, and Hall Tex Travis, the Western Flyer's exceptional engineer, both highly experienced Pacific Northwest mariners. This unique and challenging voyage was in very good hands. Tony was married into Monterey's prominent Ania family, and Tex married Tony's wife's closest girlfriend from her Monterey neighborhood. Carol Steinbeck, though she was aboard the voyage, does not appear in Steinbeck's narrative log of the trip. Monterey historian Bob Ania, nephew of both Western Flyer skipper Tony Berry and deckhand Sparky Ania, deserves full credit for the survival of the Western Flyer for locating it near Anacortes, Washington, nearly 4 decades after its anonymous disappearance, back into the maritime Pacific Northwest, after leaving Monterey in 1948 due to the crash of the Monterey sardine fishery and its industry. In 1983, when I had just created the Cannery Row Foundation, Bob asked me, "Hey Mike, how'd you like to get your hands on the Western Flyer?" So began his leadership on a quest to locate and acquire the iconic Western Flyer as a perfect historic Monterey nonprofit charter vessel. A 1970 name change made the Western Flyer even more difficult to locate. Bob ultimately located the Western Flyer by its radio call sign, which does not change when a vessel is renamed. Whiskey Bravo, 4404. As stated, finding the Western Flyer took decades, and credit for it belongs to Bob Ania alone. It was intense research which finally located the vessel under a different name, the Gemini. The name had been changed in 1970 while operating from Seattle. It was moored in a channel near Anacortes, Washington from the mid-1980s to 2012. A masterful must-have book for Western Flyer fans is Kevin Bailey's timeline record of the Western Flyer in the Pacific Northwest fisheries, as distant as the Aleutian Islands, to its fame on the Sea of Cortez. The Western Flyer, as the Gemini, sank twice at its mooring near Anacortes while owned by a Salinas businessman who outbid Ania's nonprofit for it. With its survival and future in question, the Western Flyer was towed from Anacortes to Port Townsend as a ghost ship after its 6-month submersion. From 2013, after its second sinking, the Western Flyer graced the boat haven yard in the elements, up on blocks at Port Townsend, Washington. In 2015, the Western Flyer was saved from dereliction by marine geologist John Gregg, who paid $1 million for a boat that didn't float. It was worthless, but it was priceless, he said. With my early assistance, John established the Western Flyer Foundation, responsible for its rescue and restoration by the Port Townsend Shipwrights Co-op. The Western Flyer's rescue was announced to the world by the Cannery Row Foundation's 2015 Cannery Row Symposium from the historic Monterey Boatworks Auditorium at Stanford University's Hopkins Marine Station. The word started here. At the symposium, Bob Ania, at the podium, introduces John and Andy Gregg, new owners of the Western Flyer, in the official announcement by the Cannery Row Foundation of their rescue and restoration vision for the Western Flyer. Bob Ania holds a Petrich family photo of their Western Flyer between new owners John and Andy Gregg at the Hopkins Marine Station Cannery Row Foundation Symposium 2015. The semi-derelict Western Flyer is moved into the Port Townsend Shipwrights Co-op to begin restoration in 2015. Approaching the final stages of restoration, the restored deckhouse is rejoined to the completely restored hull of the Western Flyer at the Port Townsend Shipwrights Co-op. These conceptual views of the restored Western Flyer visualize the future mission, with its ROV, a remotely operated underwater vehicle designed as a Nautilus, and in its seagoing marine sciences classroom in its hold, to travel north to its birthplace in Tacoma and beyond in the maritime Pacific Northwest, and to return again to the Sea of Cortez, to inspire youth into the marine sciences. You can take part in the saga of the Western Flyer with a donation to its restoration and its mission at westernflyer.org. It's all over YouTube. Cannery Row and Monterey are now far more clearly connected to the Maritime Pacific Northwest, and the Maritime Pacific Northwest connected to Cannery Row, Monterey. I hope you've enjoyed this presentation of the new history of the old row, with its many emerging connections between Cannery Row, Monterey, and the Pacific Northwest. You can find much more detail at thehistorycompany.com. I'm looking forward to hearing from you. This is Cannery Row historian Michael Hemp, making history every day, hoping you have enjoyed a glimpse of the new history of old Cannery Row.
Thank you very much, Michael, for a great presentation. Very exciting. So up next, we have the Western Flyer The History of the Western Flyer by Chris Chase. Chris Chase brings over 30 years of experience to the Western Flyer Foundation as a shipwright, project manager, operational director, and for nearly 20 years, an owner of the Port Townsend Shipwrights. Following his intuition, Chris embarked on the next chapter of his life. In 2017, he transitioned from shipwright overseeing the daily restoration to the broader role of project director, working directly with the Western Flyer Foundation.
Hello, welcome. Thank you for having me today. I'm going to give a presentation on the Western Flyer. My name is Chris Chase, and I am the project director for the Western Flyer Foundation. And my job has been to kind of oversee the restoration of the Western Flyer. On the screen, you can see a photograph of the Western Flyer and just kind of a little bit of a background on the boat. I'm not really going to focus on the history of the boat, a little bit of the history of the boat. I think a lot of the viewers today are familiar with the Western Flyer, familiar with John Steinbeck and Ed Ricketts and the 𝐶𝐤𝐾𝐳 and the log from the 𝐶𝐤𝐾𝐳. So I'd really like to focus more on what has happened with this historical vessel since May 1st, 2015. And I'll get to the significance of that date here as we get through the slides. But just to give the folks that don't know much about the Western Flyer a little bit of a background, it was built in Tacoma, Washington. It was built in 1937 at the Western Boat Building Company. It was right down on the waterfront in Tacoma, Washington. This is actually a photograph of the boat on the launching. That would be the builder and maybe the skipper up on the flying bridge. This was Commencement Bay and Tacoma, Washington. It was a typical boat. It was built specifically for the sardine fishery in Monterey Bay, California. Again, built in 1937. It arrived in Monterey in 1938 in time to fish that season, that sardine season in Monterey, California. It fished a few seasons in California before it came across a man named John Steinbeck. And again, it was one of hundreds. You know, they built 77-foot versions and 87-foot versions, very much cookie cutter boats, one after another. We've all seen those photos of Monterey Bay in the 30s and 40s with just hundreds of vessels. But in the 1940, John Steinbeck, he's standing there in the shadows right behind his wife at the time. She's standing there, Carol Steinbeck, with the binoculars around her neck. This is them just as they're getting ready to leave on their trip to the 𝐶𝐤𝐾𝐳. But again, like I said, the Western Flyer was a standard sardine boat, but it had a brush with fame, and that fame was a trip to the 𝐶𝐤𝐾𝐳 in 1940. John Steinbeck and his wife leased the vessel. They took their best friend, Ed Ricketts, along, and 4 crew members and 3 paying passengers took off on a trip that was 6.5 weeks long to the 𝐶𝐤𝐾𝐳. Their idea was to kind of get to that bay of water, that sliver of water between the Baja Peninsula and the mainland Mexico, and get a chance to look at that ecosystem kind of frozen in time. The Colorado River was no longer free flowing. The Hoover Dam had just been built. And the Russians, the Japanese, and the Americans, and some of the Mexicans were heavily shrimping that body of water. So kind of a look at climate change before we knew what that word really meant. This trip was an opportunity to kind of draw a line in the sand and say, this is what this ecosystem was like at this moment. They went up into the 𝐶𝐤𝐾𝐳. You can see they're leaving Monterey, California, down around the tip, the Cabo, and up into the 𝐶𝐤𝐾𝐳. It's kind of outlined some of the larger stops along the journey. What came out of this trip to the 𝐶𝐤𝐾𝐳 was a co-authored book that was entitled The 𝐶𝐤𝐾𝐳. John Steinbeck wrote the narrative, the story side of it, and Ed Ricketts wrote the scientific side of the book. That book was released the day before Pearl Harbor in 1941, and it sold a few copies, I think a couple thousand copies, but it fell a little bit shadowed by the war. Ed Ricketts, many of you know, had an untimely death in 1948. And it's a bit of a tribute to his best friend in life and a bit of a look back at this journey. John Steinbeck pulls the narrative out, the log, the story of the trip to the 𝐶𝐤𝐾𝐳, and releases that book almost 10 years later in 1951. And he entitles it The Log from the 𝐶𝐤𝐾𝐳. And really that book took off. That book has been read by hundreds of thousands of people over the last 50 years and is really has been the catalyst for this restoration. But the Western Flyer went on beyond that. that was a very momentous moment in time that Ed Ricketts and John Steinbeck, they leave their legacy on the Western Flyer with these 2 written books. But the Western Flyer goes on. It is a fishing vessel. This is it actually back up in Washington in the mid-1950s, fishing out of Bellingham, Washington for ocean perch and for sea bass, I think, off the Washington coast. But it kept heading north. This is actually almost out at the tip of the Aleutian Islands. It's a small vessel. It's only 77 feet long. It's 20 feet wide. And this is a deck load of crab pots. So they were king crab fishing or red crab fishing. So the boat did go on. It had quite illustrious life, fishing all up and down the West Coast. Towards its end of its working career into the 80s and the 90s and into the 2000s, it found itself as a salmon tender, working on the Washington, California coast up into Alaska, tending salmon. But it fell on some hard times. And in 2013, the Western Flyer sank to the bottom of a small channel just north of Port Townsend, Washington. This is it actually being towed to Washington, to Port Townsend, Washington. But if we have to go back to that moment when Ed Ricketts and John Steinbeck were aboard the vessel. And that was the catalyst again for this restoration. This boat had a moment in history, and there was a group of people that felt it needed to be preserved and needed to be restored for future generations to enjoy. The boat was towed to Port Townsend, Washington. It was brought out of the water. This is a very ghostly image, left on the hard for a few years. And on May 1st, 2015, it was towed into a building at the Port Townsend Shipwrights for what would be a multi-year restoration. That's a pretty momentous day, May 1st. That was only a couple of days ago, last weekend, May 1st. So it's been 7 years, almost to the day that we rolled it into that building. It rolled into the building to get blocked up and to really evaluate what we had. So a plan was put in place, a restoration plan was established, and the boat would be restored. Over the first couple of years, it was that due diligence, getting on the National Historic Registry, forming a nonprofit in Monterey, California that would help support this vessel restoration, and ultimately getting the finances in place to restore the vessel. We'll kind of move through these photographs, but the restoration really started in 2018. We'll quickly look at this, the house coming up off the vessel deck to put down next to it. You can kind of see in the back of the boat there, you can see a facsimile of the deck. But this happened this is actually January of 2018. So this is really when the restoration began. It had been in the building for a few years, and now it was time to get on with the restoration. So over the next couple of years, after the house was lifted off, the stern was rebuilt. The bow was rebuilt. Some of those Purple Heart timbers were installed, preserving as much of the original DNA as possible. This is actually a video back in Berea, Kentucky, trying to get the white oak. The Western Flyer had 64 pairs of steam-bent white oak frames. It was horse-logged off of the Berea College campus in Berea, Kentucky. Really amazing opportunity, beautiful logs, amazing opportunity. Sawed those logs, and then once they were sawn into place, they were steam bent into place. So they're heated up to about a couple hundred degrees. A couple of guys take them out of a steam box, get a little pre-bend on those frames. They run them into place. It's a fascinating process. Exactly the way the boat was built in 1937. Nothing really has changed. A couple of guys getting ready to clamp. They beat it down into the pocket, the frame pocket down against the keel, and then they bend and worry it up around the vessel. They pull it into place. And then after that is actually dry or cooled off, I should say, it actually hardens into shape. It is now that permanent shape. If you pulled that frame off the vessel, it would be that shape. The framing was done. Beautiful shape, more deck work going on. They ran a crew of about 5 to 6 people at the Port Townsend Shipwrights. Got a new stem in the bow of the boat. Just a great shot right before the planking started. Another nice shot of the boat as the boat's getting ready to be planked. We opted to have a sapele planking. So similar to the framing, it heated up, it's steam bent into place. Each piece very similar to the way the boat was built in 1937. Nothing really has changed in the construction method of a vessel like this. It's a beautiful shape. So imagine all of this work being done here in Port Townsend. Townsend's a unique community. It's one of the last places in North America, if not the world, where there are literally hundreds of men and women that are still working in the traditional boat building method. I tell people that quite often, and they're just amazed that there can be that many jobs in an industry that seems so far gone in the past. But about 20% of the Alaskan fishing fleet is still made of wood. So it's quite common to bring boats down and repair them. That's the house. It actually got restored. See some fresh paint on the boat. Getting ready to lift the house up. This was probably during 2020. We did have some slowdowns during the COVID period, but still were able to run a crew of 3 or 4 men and women on the project all through COVID. Nice shot of the boat looking from above. Beautiful shape. Again, 77 feet long, 20 feet wide, weighs about 130,000 pounds. And then on December 3rd of 2021, as I say up there in the corner, the boat was rolled outside temporarily. It's not outside today. And that house that had been restored and rebuilt and refurbished was lifted up and lowered onto the boat. Just an amazing day. Western Flyer, Tacoma. We struggled a lot on what name to put on the stern, the Tacoma, Monterey, Port Townsend, but since it was built in Tacoma and it always had Tacoma on the stern while it was the Western Flyer, we thought that appropriate. But this is the boat. Literally just a few days ago, I took this photograph just for this slideshow. This is a good place to stop for a second and look at the boat. About 95% of the hull of the boat is new. About 5% of the boat is original. The keel, some of the backbone, a little bit of the interior structure is new. And that's exactly opposite for that house that you saw lifted on. About 95% of it is original. The original furniture, the original interior, all those cabin sides, the handrails, the flying bridge. So the places that Ed Ricketts sat, the John Steinbeck wrote, the Carol Steinbeck slept, the people were aboard the boat in 1940. Those places are still preserved. Ultimately, we want the Western Flyer to be an ocean-going vessel, being able to travel up and down the West Coast from Sitka, Alaska to the Sea of Cortez. So the hull of the boat really needed to be made solid. So that's how we ended up with that, restoration of the hull being more than the house. But, here it is again, 1937 Commencement Bay, 2013, and there's a boat sits today. So this is another great spot to stop. I can't cover everything about this restoration. It is an amazing project with tentacles going in every direction. It is a phenomenal, once-in-a-lifetime project for the men and women working on the vessel here in Port Townsend. We are coming to the end of phase 1 of the restoration, which is the hull, deck, and house of the restoration. That work will be finished up in the next 6 weeks. We hope to launch the boat during mid-June of 2020, so in about 6 weeks from today. The boat will go into the water here in Port Townsend. It will be towed to Seattle, Washington, which is about 45, 50 miles away, where phase 2 of the project will begin. The mechanical, the electrical, the hydraulics, the engine, the mast rigging, fuel tanks, all the parts and pieces that make it a working, functioning vessel. And once phase 2 is completed in the fall of 2020, I'm not going to put a date on it because people love to nail me down to dates, but in the fall of 2022, the vessel will actually transit on its own keel, that means under its own power, from Seattle, Washington to Monterey, California. So with all of our fingers crossed, we are very much hoping the boat is sitting in Monterey, California, October, before the real heavy weather in the northern Pacific starts to blow in. So October, early November, we hope to return to Monterey, a bit of a celebration there at the dock in Monterey, California. And then it'll actually be in Moss Landing, California for most of the winter that will be there for the completion of phase 3 of the restoration. Phase 1, hull, deck, and house. phase 2. The mechanical in phase 3 is converting it into a functioning research educational platform. That means finishing the interior, doing some of the woodwork in the interior, lowering some of the scientific equipment aboard the boat, making it a functioning, working educational and research platform. So a lot of great stuff has happened. It's been 7 years since that May 1st, rolling it into the building. A ton of incredible work has been done, and a community has been built to support the project. You can see the restoration has been thorough and complete. And now, in a very short order, in the fall of 2022, we're all going to see the Western Flyer return to Monterey, California, which is a pretty amazing opportunity for all of us. So to keep track of the boat, the best place is to, follow us at thewesternflyer.org or to Google the Western Flyer on YouTube. I have been making YouTube videos about the boat. This is a very tight little window, 15 minutes, to try to get everybody up to speed with the vessel, introduce people to the vessel. It is an amazing project, and I encourage everyone watching to check in with the website, find some of those YouTube videos, and really follow the project. And everything about the return of the vessel to Monterey will be posted in across the board on social media, our webpage. So again, it won't be hard to miss the return to Monterey this fall coming. So anyway, I want to thank everyone for tuning in today, taking some time to learn a little bit about the Western Flyer and for a little bit about a restoration of a boat. And thank you again.
Well, thank you very much, Chris, for informing us on the restoration and the process of the Western Flyer. And our last presentation before we take our lunch break is the technological innovation of the ancient Pueblo of Monterey, 1880, by John Sanders. John Sanders is drawn to the timeless qualities of this place that has been his home for nearly 4 decades, and enjoyed rolling up his sleeves to examine its past. As a storyteller, his tales began with the arrival of Robert Louis Stevenson in the summer of 1879, when the old Pueblo of Monterey had streets of sand and whalebones, walkways, and buildings of mud and straw.
Technological innovation in the ancient Pueblo of Monterey, 1880. In Monterey, a town of fables and tales with its blend of worlds old and new, its patchwork collection of dusty trails and dry gulches, its modest buildings cobbled together, bracing one another against the sea wind, Charles Crocker found an ideal setting for the world's most elegant seaside resort. Monterey would forever change. The 1880 arrival of Hotel Del Monte marked the beginning of a transformation in the historic Pueblo of Monterey. This presentation considers the nature and significance of that change. 1870s Monterey, the era of Daniel O'Connell, Jules Tavernier, Jules Simonneau, and Robert Louis Stevenson, had no infrastructure to support the hotel's development. Municipal facilities did not exist. Water for drinking, cooking, and cleaning was drawn from wells. Homes were heated by fires. Lighting at night came from whale oil lanterns. Such was the character of the old Pacific capital when Robert Louis Stevenson boarded the Monterey-Salinas Valley Railroad and bid a final farewell to the Pueblo in December 1879. As Stevenson departed, a new rail line to Monterey, one designed for the travel of high-speed luxury trains, neared completion. On New Year's Day 1880, jubilant Monterey spectators gathered at the depot to greet the first train to arrive on this new railroad. A palace car with Charles Crocker and several local dignitaries were aboard. Construction for Crocker's Hotel Del Monte Resort began about 6 weeks later. It was a turning point in the history of Monterey. Crocker's Resort opened just 4 months after construction began. Pioneering features included gas lighting, steam heating, indoor plumbing, private guest bathrooms, a small telephone network, and a dazzling array of amenities. Sports, hunting in Carmel Valley, fishing in Monterey Bay and Carmel River, and swimming indoors in a grand pavilion were tops among recreational diversions. Wheeling and equestrian parties to Monterey, the Hotel Del Monte Park Reservation, Carmel Mission, and Point Lobos were also popular. Engineering for Hotel Del Monte was ambitious and unparalleled. Nothing comparable had ever been attempted in California. An extensive network of macadam roads and walking paths provided dust-free comfort for guests as they strolled through the botanical park and went on scenic excursions. A high-capacity gasworks provided evening lights with jewel-like brilliance and luster and incomparable room heating. A correspondent for the Sacramento Daily Union, noting that the lighting was far superior to that in San Francisco, said, "The splendor of the light is remarkable." Shipments of specialized equipment for the bathhouse were delayed by severe winter weather and record flooding, but when the bathing pavilion began operations, guests basked in 4 indoor saltwater tanks. The tanks, 36 feet wide and 40 feet long, held a combined volume of 275,000 gallons. All were emptied at night and refilled with fresh seawater each morning. Water for 3 tanks was heated. More than 200,000 gallons warmed daily for guest comfort. No bathhouse in America equaled the scope or scale. Extensive water resources supported hotel operations and development of a botanical park with trees and plants from around the world, from Jurassic period conifers to towering saguaros. Settings as the Mystic Maze, styled after the historic maze in England's Royal Palace of Hampton Court, provided recreational fun for young and old alike. The Marquis of Queensberry, among the hotel's earliest guests, remarked, "There is no place in the world so beautiful and attractive as the Hotel Del Monte." Guests could travel the grandest drive on the continent to Del Monte's 7,000-acre park reservation on a road designed to be impervious to the forces of wind and rain. Granite boulders from a distant quarry served as base rock for the roads. Crushed by men wielding sledgehammers, the granite was mixed with the white sands of Asilomar, then compacted and smoothed by horse-drawn teams pulling heavy rollers. Wheeling and riding parties assembled each morning in front of the hotel for excursions that typically lasted 4 to 6 hours. Tours on the scenic Cypress Drive were also available at night, especially when the light of a full moon illuminated Del Monte's white roadways. The nocturnal adventure attracted both romantics and restless Victorian teenagers. Del Monte distributed its first marketing art weeks before the grand opening, a sketch by French artist-illustrator Jules Tavernier that imagined the many attractions of the coming seaside resort. At the center is Hotel Del Monte, surrounded by scenes of guests on their memorable Monterey vacation. An upper panel depicts visitors at the wooden cross where Father Serra landed and held the first Mass. Another, a line of people going to the Carmel Mission. At lower left, a group huddles beneath the trees at Cypress Point as waves crash on offshore rocks. In the lower right, children laugh and play while women promenade on Monterey's sandy beach. In the middle left panel, a lone hiker stands along the rocky cliffs of Point Lobos, his arms outstretched, as if rejoicing in a moment of reverie. Was Hotel Del Monte the world's most elegant seaside resort? Perhaps. Del Monte created infrastructure and facilities superior to those in America's largest cities. No resort in the 19th century offered amenities as elaborate or sophisticated. Nothing compared to the complex technological operations at Hotel Del Monte. Created beside California's ancient and historic Pueblo, Del Monte's innovative engineering defined a new future for Monterey.
Thank you very much, John, for that fabulous presentation on the Hotel Del Monte. We do have one more presentation before we head to lunch. We have Steinbeck's Two Wives by Carol Marquette. Carol Marquette, playwright, has produced stage readings for all over Monterey Peninsula. Her subjects are always famous and infamous persons of the 20th century, including William Randolph Hearst, Frank Lloyd Wright, and Rasputin.
Two Wives of John Steinbeck, a stage reading by Carol Marquardt. I'm Carol Marquardt. The plot. This two-character stage reading is based on a real situation that happened in June of 1941. John Steinbeck, who does not appear in this play, brings his new girlfriend, Gwen Conger, to the house he has just purchased on Yeardley Street in Monterey. He introduces her to his wife, Carol Henning Steinbeck, who has returned from a vacation in Hawaii, and then he leaves the house. Guess what happens next? This stage reading was originally performed on Zoom on November 5th through 7th, 2021 by the Monterey County Theater Alliance. The cast featured Teresa Del Piero as Carol Steinbeck, and she will be reading her part today. And Andrea McDonald played the part of Gwen Conger. I will be reading that part today. Because we only have 10 minutes for the Monterey Public Library's 2022 History Slam, I will be reading not only Gwen Conger, but a few choice words from John Steinbeck, and hopefully the cast can return in some new venue to perform the whole play, which is about an hour, and it includes 26 historical photos. So if you are a Steinbeck fan, you might be interested in this slightly different perspective of Monterey County's most famous author. And now to begin the opening pages of the play, Two Wives of John Steinbeck by Carol Marquardt. The setting is 425 Yeardley Street in Monterey. Gwen Conger stands at stage right, Carol Steinbeck at stage left. Gwen is about 20 years old and wearing a simple cotton dress and high heels. Carol Henning Steinbeck is about 33 years old. She is wearing a sweatshirt, men's trousers, and bedroom slippers. She is sipping pink champagne. Scene 1, Gwen. I hadn't seen John in months. Suddenly I got a call. I have to see you, he said. John sent me an airplane ticket from LA to Monterey. It was really an early flight, so I arrived in Monterey about 8 a.m. John picked me up at the Monterey airport, and we stopped off at a place called the Western Biological Laboratories. John wanted me to meet his friend Ed Ricketts. We talked for a long time about all kinds of things over coffee and donuts and beer. I liked Ed very much. Afterwards, John wanted to show me the new house he had bought. It was on Yeardley Street in Monterey.
I heard John's car pull up on Erdley Street and the gate open. We had a pretty bad fight the night before when he told me about this girl. I had gotten back from my vacation in Hawaii just last night, and I was completely exhausted. I wanted to return to California from Hawaii earlier, but John said, "Oh, Carol, why don't you stay 3 weeks longer?" I should have been suspicious, but I extended my vacation with my sister in Hawaii. John picked me up at the airport last night, and I come home to this hellhole of a house. Why in the hell did John buy this shitty house on Erdley Street? I can't wait to get home to the ranch. I hear the car pull up, the gate open, footsteps, then the key in the latch. I go to the front door, and there they were, my husband and this girl. She was all dressed up, high heels, makeup, beauty parlor, perfect hair. It was cold outside, and she had no coat. Maybe it was that girl that John had told me about. I knew I had seen her somewhere before.
A tall, dark-haired woman wearing a sweatshirt and trousers came to the door. She held a champagne glass in her hand. I would not describe her as being pretty or even very nice. I was introduced to her. She was John's wife. John hadn't even told me she would be there, but I couldn't run away at this point. I had to follow John into the house. The day was gray and foggy, and the house was shabby. Tall, sagging fences, weeds growing all over the place, all the way up to my knees. Inside, 2 dirty bay windows, all in the hallway, one of them broken. The living room smelled of mildew. It was mostly unfurnished, the floor just bare wood, peeling wallpaper. There was a champagne bottle on a coffee table, 1 empty glass, and 2 badly stuffed chairs.
I did not ask her to sit down, but she did anyway. John slumped down in the other chair. I grabbed a packing crate from the corner and sat down. "Champagne?" I asked in my most pleasant voice. The girl shook her head. John mumbled something unintelligible. I felt a terrible sense of foreboding. What in the hell was John up to? Finally, John spoke up.
"Carol, this is Gwen Conger, the woman I told you about. Gwen and I have been seeing each other while you were away. Actually, we have been seeing each other on and off for over a year. We are in love. I want you two to talk this over. I know you both love me, but whichever of you ladies needs me and loves me the most, that's the woman I will have."
And then he stood up and walked towards the door. I wasn't going to let him get away with this. I went after him and grabbed him by the coat collar.
Blackout. Sounds of a confrontation. Lights remain off as Carol says the following lines off stage.
"Listen, you crazy, stupid Irish bastard. Who in the hell do you think you are bringing this girl into my house? Who in the fuck made you who you are? Who told you those stories about the Monroe family in Pastures of Heaven? You didn't even know where Corral de Tierra was. Who took care of your fucking mother in Salinas when she took almost a year to die? Who suggested the night of the round table for Tortilla Flat? Who gave Of Mice and Men its title? Who willed the grapes of wrath into being and typed the goddamn manuscript 4 times, staying up until 3 a.m? Who sat at the kitchen table day and night listening to every fucking word you ever wrote? I gave my life to you and you bring her into my house? You expect us to fight over you? You miserable son of a bitch. And what did you buy me last Christmas? A 22 gauge rifle? Well, I think I know how I'm going to use it."
Lights up. Scene 2. Carol Steinbeck is sitting on a wooden crate holding the collar of a man's trench coat. With her other hand, she is sipping from champagne. She is in front of a locked door. Carol tosses the coat to the floor and refills her glass. Then she returns to the crate and bangs on the bathroom door.
You know, eventually you're going to have to come out of that bathroom.
Why?
Because you are in my house and you're trying to steal my husband. Besides, I need to use the bathroom.
To be continued.
Thank you very much, Carol and Teresa, for the reading of Steinbeck's Two Wives. That was very, very interesting. So right now, we are going to take a lunch break, but I'd like to just say a thank you to our sponsors for hosting this event, the Cannery Row Company, the Monterey Public Library, the Western Flyer Foundation, and the Voices of Monterey Bay. And another thank you to our committee and judges for their efforts in hosting this event: Susan Schillinglaw, Emily Gottlieb, Greg Caillet, Kent Seavey, Joe Livernoy, Inga Waite, Tim Thomas, and Kim Gudmundson. So right now we're going to take a break. We're going to be back at 12:35 for our next presentations. But in the meantime, we will be showing the first half of Enduring Democracy, the Monterey Petition, a Japanese-American Citizen League of Monterey Peninsula Heritage Project.
August of 2013. A young woman, a high school kid, we brought in to help upstairs to clean up some of the drawers upstairs that are kind of a mess, and she was doing some cleaning things up. And she actually ran across an old 16mm film in the drawer there. A film that was shot about 1938 that shows the Japanese community here in Monterey playing baseball down the wharf, having fun. And so, gee, we'd never seen this film before. So I began to look through the drawers, and I see this sort of rolled up envelope. So I pull them out of the envelope, probably the first time since 1945, and I unrolled them, and I saw what they were, and oh, holy mackerel.
What is the legality of rounding people up without trial, without evidence, and without any due process of any kind? They are incarcerated merely because he looked like the enemy. They lost their property, they lost their businesses, some had lost their lives. And even after the war, after the people returned from the war, they were subjected to vandalism, attacks, threats, this sort of thing. That was pretty commonplace. The Monterey Petition is a textbook example of people standing up for what the country should be about. For these people in Monterey to take a contrary stand and see the humanity behind it, that's pretty exceptional. I think it's a lesson for all time.
Monterey was originally a Spanish town, Spanish capital of California.
I mean, they were speaking Spanish here until the 1890s. This was not your typical New England replica California town. This was a different place.
Very large Sicilian, Italian population. And we often forget about the important Japanese-American contribution to the fishing community here.
Sicilians and Japanese fishermen dominated the economy here.
Japanese came here because of fishing. So the Japanese came here for abalone, and they also came here for salmon.
And they've been completely sort of written out of that history. It's all focused on the Italians and Sicilians.
In the 1909 salmon season, there were 185 salmon boats working the Monterey Bay. 145 of them were Japanese-owned.
The Monterey Peninsula was such a multicultural, a wonderful mix of people, and many of the racist things that grew other places didn't take root here.
But the Japanese who came to Monterey, one of the things they did was they westernized themselves immediately and got involved within the communities themselves. Monterey is the only place where the fishermen here had one union. Whereas in Southern California, Northern California, all the ethnic groups had separate unions. Monterey had one. Monterey is a small town. These guys all grew up together and they all went to school together, they all played together. But the real key, at least for me, the real key was baseball. They all played baseball together. And it was not uncommon for these young Japanese boys to learn to speak Italian before they learned to speak English, and those Italian boys that learned to speak Japanese before they learned to speak English. And if you look at any photograph from any Japanese event that's going on, the first thing you'll see in every photograph is the American flag. They always have that flag out there.
Japanese owned farms all in the Carmel Valley and around the Monterey Peninsula.
The Miyamoto family that farmed around Carmel Mission and Lower Carmel Valley before the war, they had strawberry farms, and they would invite the local kids to come down and pick strawberries at 5 cents a basket. And of course, we would steal a few as we were going along. And I don't think I've ever tasted a strawberry as good as those. No, I don't think the Miyamotos did farm down there anymore afterwards.
After the war, they lost the land, they lost the business, they lost all that.
And I asked Maya Miyamoto why he has never been resentful, and he said, "It's in the past. We've got to get over it."
There's a Japanese saying, shigata ga nai, which kind of means unpleasantness is not to be noticed.
It can't be helped. You just have to suck it up and deal with it.
Many Issei Nisei parents did not talk about camp life or the evacuation from their homes.
They didn't talk about it, they sucked it up and marched on.
But over time, as it became more acceptable within the Japanese community to begin to talk about it, they did.
I count myself as one of the lucky people who grew up during the time when Martin Luther King was alive. Of course, during the struggle for black civil rights, we as Japanese Americans, as Asian Americans, wondered about our own past.
The Japanese had no navy to speak of at all in 1850. Admiral Perry came and said, "Welcome to the world," in 1853. Japan immediately begins to ramp up. Their technology explodes. They're so good at stuff, but we brought them a model train and they were making railroads in 5 years.
There had been misunderstandings, disagreements between Japan and the United States going back to 1900.
In 1905, the Japanese Navy, they took on the Russians. The Russian fleet came all the way around, came up along the coast, and in the Straits of Tsushima, the Japanese Navy sank them, destroyed them. That is such a seminal event in the history of the world. At that moment, brown people, particularly people who were colonials, all sat up and said, "Say what?" It became the inspiration for revolutionary movements everywhere in Asia. Japan was becoming a formidable country.
There grew increasing concern about the role of Japan and trade with the U.S.
Pearl Harbor doesn't come out of nowhere. Pearl Harbor comes out of the fact that the growing power had a natural resource deficit. They didn't have iron ore, they didn't have oil. Meanwhile, in 1905, the Asiatic Exclusion League was founded in San Francisco, which sort of picked up the anti-Chinese stuff, warmed it up, and became the basis of the anti-Japanese movement in California.
In 1924, U.S. Congress passes legislation which severely limits further Japanese immigration to the U.S.
The Congress shuts off Japanese immigration altogether. Huge uproar in Japan. They lost face. Actually, on June 1st, 1924, in Tokyo, they had a national humiliation day. Humiliation over the fact that America had snubbed them.
Or more accurately, the elite diplomatic community.
So you can see this thing is building, and the only thing between Japan and California is water. By the 30s, internationally, everybody knew there was going to be a war between the United States and Japan. I mean, this is not a secret, and it's making everybody very nervous. War with Japan was not a surprise. Pearl Harbor was a surprise. That was a shock. That knocked everybody off their balance.
We interrupt this broadcast to bring you this important bulletin from the United Press. Flash, Washington. The White House announces Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor.
The way we spent an evening was around the radio, listening to the news. I mean, that's the entertainment we had, was the radio. Everyone, of course, was crying. We were all scared, too. We were terrified.
Pearl Harbor. There was no warning. Oh, I was shocked when that happened. I couldn't believe that Japanese soldiers would attack Pearl Harbor, being that there were so many Japanese already there. Some of the kids in my class, they had brothers that were killed in Hawaii, and that really shook me up. And here I'm Japanese, so.
We, Americans, tend to look at Pearl Harbor and then, for some reason, don't know what happened between Pearl Harbor and, say, the summer. The night of December 7th, that Sunday evening, I call it the night of the kitchen tables. It's the night when everybody, not just Japanese, but everybody was sitting around a kitchen table going, what's going to happen to us? What are we going to do? How do we respond to this? And by doing that, they turned in. They turned in and started to worry, as we all naturally do, about themselves. And as they are all turned in, a community disappears behind them.
After Pearl Harbor, the anti-Japanese sentiment really intensifies.
General John L. DeWitt, for example, said that the Japanese race is an enemy race. The very fact that no sabotage has occurred to date is a disturbing and confirming indication that such action will be taken, quote unquote. What kind of conspiracy theory is that? General John L. DeWitt was the QAnon of his day.
But critical to this whole story was the absolute palpable fear that was here on the coast. Part of the plan Japanese had in place, Admiral Yamamoto, to move the submarines onto the American coast. There are 9 what are called I-boats stationed from Seattle to San Diego. They're just off the coast, maybe 50 to 100 miles. On each submarine, they had a collection of bamboo poles. They're probably 10 feet long, painted black, with a big stone on one end and a piece of glass on the other. Periodically, they would throw one of those overboard, which would then set up in the water. People would stand on the beach and go, "Look, there's a Japanese submarine." People were terrified. And it starts for the Monterey Peninsula on the 20th of December. And submarine I-23 surfaces off of the Cypress Point golf course in the full view of golfers. So they come up and they chase a tanker across the surface using their deck gun, and they don't hit it. But in full view of God and everybody, right, there's a Japanese submarine, 363 feet long. These are big puppies, firing this 5.5-inch cannon, which makes an enormous noise, pow, boom, and chasing a tanker right across Monterey Bay, right in front of everybody. Newspapers play it up because censorship came immediately after Pearl Harbor. Local newspapers, national newspapers, their news is being controlled by the military. Well, they couldn't not know this. Pow, boom.
I can remember them talking about the submarines down the coast, right where Mom and Dad had lived when they were younger. When your parents are afraid, you're afraid too.
They really did think they were going to be invaded. And so fear does do horrible things.
Enemy planes and scare headlines on December 8th are purely imaginary. But on February 23rd, 1942, a submarine does shell a refinery near Santa Barbara. The highest military authorities are certain the enemy does not plan an invasion, but behind the defenses, fear is screaming hate. Columnist Westbrook Pegler wants all Japanese under guard, and to hell with habeas corpus. Columnist Henry McLemore writes, "I hate Japanese, all of them."
And what you find is, at times of economic depression, economic challenge, or war, that this xenophobia springs up in California history.
Americans are remembering with vengeance in their heart.
When conspiracy theories and alternative facts hold sway over the real ones, then a society can descend into a very dark place where neither facts matter, the law doesn't matter, nor the Constitution. And at that point, not only do people suffer, in this case Japanese Americans, but democracy itself is imperiled.
The restrictions start actually in January, and they begin to tighten. They tighten their bank accounts, they collect all the radios, but they did that actually for the Italians and the Germans too.
A lot of prejudice in those days. Italians got a lot of prejudice. Germans, there was a lot of prejudice. Japanese, the worst probably. It was hysteria.
But especially in time of war. There's no ceiling to human hate.
The FBI had been targeting these people long before the war started. They were looking for leaders in the Japanese community, the Italian community, and the German community.
15 individuals, men all, were in fact arrested in the morning hours and taken away by the FBI. This happened in several local communities up and down the West Coast.
Well, I was at school, and I came home, and my mother and my older sister were standing at the door waiting for me. I said, what happened? She said, "Oh, they took Dad away." And then it came out in the paper. There were about 12 or 15 of the Japanese community leaders that were taken to a place in San Francisco, Shark Park.
I spent 30 years talking to people who were here during this period. During that period, from December 7th to about the 1st of May. And what I was curious about was, where the hell were you? Where were you when this thing started to round up the very people that you knew, the people that were your neighbors, Why didn't you say something?
You were disappointed, you know? You're born and raised here, and then all of a sudden they drag your father.
The first Japanese American arrested was a friend of mine named Tommy Katatani. They came at him with full force. They threatened his loved ones. They threatened the community. And I think that's an important reason why people accepted this. It's a lot more complex if you think they should have rebelled early on.
Executive Order 9066 was issued on February 19, 1942 by President Franklin Delano Roosevelt. What it did was establish the Western Defense Command, which was authorized to create military zones of exclusion leading up to the forced removal of 120,000 Japanese on the West Coast.
Tuesday, April 28, 1942.
Instructions to all persons of Japanese.
All persons of Japanese ancestry, both alien and non-alien.
Both alien and non-alien be evacuated from the above area by 12 o'clock noon.
President Roosevelt decided that the best thing to do would be to gather all the Japanese along the coast and take them away so that they would not be giving information. This was our view of what was happening.
You know, people sitting in grammar school, you know, half the class was gone the next day.
What is the legality of rounding people up on the naked accusation of the military alone that you're dangerous, without trial, without evidence, without any due process of any kind?
This is something the government said they wanted to do and they had to do, and that was the word they used, was internment. It was a gentler word.
They invented a whole language to justify that process, whether it was evacuation or relocation or internment. Yeah, I think we're struggling to find a description of what America did to its own people. There's words that have been used to soften it to such a point that it becomes meaningless. It's not an evacuation, it's not a relocation. It is the removal of persons' civil liberties. I think incarceration is a more accurate way of portraying what happened.
The public really had no choice. You can't stop the U.S. government doing things like that. They'll shoot you.
This just didn't happen in the United States. In Canada, they made a move against Japanese and Italians. They did it in Mexico.
They were being taken away, leaving all of their possessions behind. It was very scary for us to think that we could do that to them.
How could right-minded people allow this to happen? I mean, the government's basically stupid. We know that.
Fortunately, we now know, because of Freedom of Information Act, that it was a great deal more sinister than that. There was no reason to do this roundup. That the incarceration result of very highly educated people intentionally suppressing facts, evidence, intelligence reports in order to achieve a political end that would benefit them, even if it meant lying to the U.S. Supreme Court. That's a very different story than saying that the Japanese American incarceration was the result of stupidity.
And we were given approximately, if I recall, 5 or 6 days to pack up, sell Dad's business, and be ready to report to one of 16, 17 so-called assembly centers, which were really detention centers.
You know, my father, he received his diploma from Berkeley mailed to him while he was being held in a horse stall. My father's family, and my mother's family too, almost 8,000 Japanese Americans were put in Tanforan Assembly Center. That was a horse track converted into a temporary detention camp. Men, women, and children were put in horse stalls, which It's the naked light bulb, no heat, no hot water.
It was kind of scary thinking where would we go? All the American Japanese of ancestry were herded up and put into camps. And one of the camps was in Poston, Arizona, in the middle of the Arizona desert. There were thousands of us there.
A typical barrack was 20 feet wide and 120 feet long. By being a family of 6, we got a room that was 24 by 20.
They all suffered, you know. Some of them were beaten pretty badly by the guards, you know. They just, of course, they had kids that died at Pearl Harbor or something like that.
There's a few instances of people who walked too close to the wire and were shot dead.
And I spent my sophomore, junior, and senior year there.
Well, we wrote letters every day to Washington, please release my dad. And so they finally did let us join them in Crystal City. And it was a family camp. There were maybe about 3,000 of us families, fathers and mothers and kids.
At the beginning of 1943, people began to get drafted out of those camps to serve in the U.S. Army. My father was drafted.
The Americanism of the great majority of America's Japanese finds its highest expression in the thousands who are in the United States Army. Almost half of them are in a Japanese-American combat team. Some of the volunteers came from Hawaii. Hundreds of them volunteered while they were in relocation centers.
Volunteers out of camp, about 1,200 out of the camps, young men. That formed the 442nd, which went on to fight heroically in the European theater, in Italy, all the way up to Germany, which incidentally turned out to be the most decorated military unit in all of American military history.
And my husband was in the 442nd. Yes, he was the first sergeant of service company. He didn't talk about it very much. No. He was in Europe, fighting in France and Italy. For 3 years during the war.
Is there anything left of the old Japantown? A few homes, residential homes, and the JCL Hall.
So we knew there had been this petition drive in May of 1945, but we never knew this petition still existed. We didn't even think about it. We just assumed they were long gone. August of 2013, a young woman, a high school kid, we brought in to help upstairs to clean up some of the drawers upstairs. And she actually ran across an old 16mm film in the drawer there. A film that was shot about 1938 that shows the Japanese community here in Monterey playing baseball, down the wharf, having fun. So I began to look through the drawers, and I could see some blue things hanging out of it. And I thought initially it looked like blueprints, so I pulled them out of an envelope, probably the first time since 1945, and I unrolled them, and I saw what they were, and holy mackerel. I realized how important they were, and how they tied all the story together.
And I first heard about it from Tim. He sent me an email and said, "You never guessed what I found."
When I was first shown these petitions, I remember shaking. I thought they were so beautiful and such a wonderful expression of empathy and camaraderie for the Japanese American community. The petition in Monterey was a direct response to an advertisement taken by a group in Salinas that they placed in the Monterey Herald that attacked Japanese Americans from coming back to the region.
And it was essentially an organization to stop the Japanese from coming back to the West Coast.
There was just one name attached to it, and it was the Monterey Bay Council on Japanese Relations. We tracked down who that was, and it led back to this one particular individual in Salinas.
Edward Seifert, who I believe was a lawyer and worked for an organization called the Salinas Valley Growers Shippers Association.
He was very powerful, he was very well funded, and he had control of the growers community throughout the valley. Seifert's anti-Japanese activities stretch back to the 1930s. The Japanese were targeted here almost as soon as they arrived. They threatened the power structure of California agriculture.
A lot of the anti-Japanese stuff is economic. It's competition.
I think that there was an advantage to some of the farmers in the Salinas Valley, especially, of not wanting the Japanese to come back.
They were very hard workers and very successful. In other words, they were rising competitors. And when you get too close to taking away my business and job, I'm going to find a way to push it back.
But you also, there's the element of race there.
They go hand in hand, and I use this metaphor because one doesn't exist without the other.
In 1942, a representative of the Salinas Valley Growers Association was interviewed in the Saturday Evening Post. He finally just says it. We don't want to compete with them. We don't want them to come back. He just says it flat out. We don't want them to come back. You want this coast for white people or brown people? All the standard racist stuff that had been going on since 1905.
The ad that appeared in the Herald was unsigned. And from my point of view, that's about as gutless as it gets. The anonymity of it sort of reeked of what was going on over in Germany. People in the community of Monterey were shocked, and they took that initial shock and took it into action.
If you go through the Herald, the ad comes out first, and then the next day, the rebuttal letters start, these individual letters. Karis Wilson Weston, Toni Ricketts is in there. And then there's Mrs. Sumita's wonderful letter that comes out of camp.
I am an American citizen of Japanese ancestry and formerly a resident of Monterey. At present, I am in a relocation camp in Poston, Arizona, where at one time over 20,000 Japanese made their homes. Last week when I received my issue of the Herald, I was quite hurt to read the large ad in the paper, quote, "to discourage the return of the Japanese to the West Coast," unquote. My husband is fighting in Italy now, along with hundreds of other Nisei soldiers, fighting for what he believes is right, the American way of life. Someday when the war is over, we hope to return to Monterey with our little son. I want to thank the people of Monterey who wrote to the Herald to defend us. I know as long as there are people like that left in this country, all the Nisei boys did not die in vain, and what they fought for will live on. Respectfully yours, Mrs. Yukio Sumita.
And so this group of sort of forward-thinking citizens said, no, these are American citizens. They were born here. They have as much right to be here as we do.
Okay, specifically, Toni Ricketts, Edward Ricketts, and I saw Steinbeck in here someplace.
John Steinbeck signed this? I go to Salinas High School, and John Steinbeck went to school there. Yep, so of course I know who he is. I've read the Red Pony, I think, Grapes of Wrath, good stuff. Heck yeah, Steinbeck, you rule.
Literature that he wrote, predicament of ordinary people, caught under circumstances not of their control, victimized. In that sense, it doesn't surprise me, but this is quite a historical document.
And if you think about Steinbeck's work, he identifies with those communities in Monterey in ways that he doesn't in Salinas.
Which made people in Salinas furious, People did not like him in Salinas at that time.
The canning season was very, very lively.
Hello, everyone. We are getting close to the end of our lunch break, so we will be getting started in about a few minutes. So I just wanted to give everyone a little bit of a heads up that we'll be getting started back again. And we'll be pulling up the presentation and moving on to, we still got plenty more great presentations. So we'll be starting up back in about 3-4 minutes. And also, I forgot to mention, for those who are interested in seeing the rest of Enduring Democracy, the Monterey petition, I would reach out to the Japanese American Citizen League of Monterey. They're located right there on Adams Street. Reach out to them, and I believe they can provide you more information on where to see the rest of the film. I hope you guys enjoyed the little sneak peek into it. It's a fascinating topic, but they could provide more information on where to get it. All right, so it is time to move on to the second half of our third annual History Slam. Up next, we have Tim Thomas, One Man Gathers What Another Man Spills, American Beauty, Abalone, More Than Any Epicure Delight. We have a Humboldt Historic Society, The Wreck of the Milwaukee, and Carla Knowles, Thomas O. Larkin, The Early Life and Professional Activities of the Man Who Would Become the First Consul of the United States of Mexican California. Thank you all for coming back, and we just wanted to say a special shout out to Newport, Oregon, who are celebrating their Loyalty Days and Seafair Festival. We hope you guys are having a great festival up there. Thank you for joining us. So to move on, up next is Tim Thomas. Tim Thomas, a fourth-generation native of the Monterey area, is a popular speaker and lively tour guide. For 16 years, he was the historian and curator of the Monterey Maritime and History Museum, and has worked with the Monterey Bay Aquarium, California State Parks, the Monterey Bay National Marine Sanctuary, and the Monterey Public Library.
This is the story of the abalone. Like the Monterey sardine fishery, the real money was never in the canned products. The real money was always in the byproducts. In this case, the shell. Going back almost 10,000 years, the native peoples of Monterey, the 𝐉𝐶𝐼, the first real abalone divers in the bay. Abalone played a very important role in their daily life. Besides a food item, the shell was used for all kinds of things. Fish hooks, shovels and bowls. They used it to make regalia. They traded it to other California Indians or things they could not get here in Monterey, like obsidian. Monterey was literally the abalone capital of the world. Even the word abalone comes from the 𝐉𝐶𝐼 people. They had a word for the red abalone, the largest and the predominant abalone in the bay. That word is 𝐿oon, and then linguists have traced the word abalone all the way back to Monterey, and that word 𝐿oon. These are Chinese fishermen, Chinese arriving here in the early mid-1850s, and they came here mainly for the abalone. In fact, the San Francisco newspapers used to call it the abalone rush, and they weren't drying the abalone meat, but they really found out quickly that the real money was in the abalone shell, and they're shipping the abalone shells back east, where they are being used to make abalone buttons and used in furniture inlay. Here is a wonderful painting done by a French artist named Léon Trousseau in 1875. I actually love this painting because there's so much going on in this painting right here. Here is the Monterey-Salinas Valley narrow gauge coming into the station. Of course, the railroad, which changed the history of Monterey forever, was only operating for about a year when this painting was done. Here is the Pacific Steamship Company wharf, where wharf number 1 is today. Here's a couple of Portuguese whaleboats pulling in a whale. Then here's Del Monte Beach littered in whalebone right here. And this guy in the wagon right here, let's take a look at a close-up. What's he got in the back of that wagon here? Like, he's got whalebone back there. One man gathers, but another man spills. What's he doing with all that whalebone? They're producing products like this to sell to all those tourists who are now coming to California, coming to Monterey, just like we are today. When we go on vacation, we want to bring home some kind of souvenir. Well, they certainly did in those days. And what they really wanted to bring home was abalone souvenirs. This beautiful model of the San Carlos Cathedral with, you can see Monterey red abalone inlay right there. And they would have purchased that product right here at the Duarte store. This is the Duarte family had a number of businesses along the Monterey waterfront that catered to that tourist trade. You can see his marine museum here, glass bottom boats, fishing tackle. You can see the abalone shells up here, more of them down here. It's a large sea star right here. Taxidermists. These are whalebone products right here. This is a whalebone chair. I've actually sat in one of these chairs. Not very comfortable. This is something you would have purchased at the Duarte store. This is a spoon made out of Monterey red abalone right here. In fact, this you can see on the back, it says abalone shell, Monterey, California, April 1896. This was probably purchased at his store there. Then the abalone tree, which is a favorite stop for all the tourists who were coming to Monterey, especially those on the 17-mile drive, which was created by the Hotel Del Monte. And if you know Monterey, this tree would have been found up on Lighthouse Avenue, just above where the aquarium is today, very close to that Starbucks on Lighthouse today. And the family owned that property. They took these old trees and they actually decorated them with all these abalone shells. And the tourists, especially those on the 17-mile drive, would go by horse and buggy. And the driver, who was also the sort of tour guide, he was known as the tally-ho drivers. They would stop at the abalone tree and then he would turn to his guest and he said, and that's where the abalone comes from. This is a group of Japanese businessmen known as the Japanese Association. These are all businessmen who were associated with the fishing industry in Monterey, mostly the abalone industry here and the Monterey Wharf. They established the Japanese Association in 1908 so they could help the city of Monterey raise money so they could bring Teddy Roosevelt's Great White Fleet, his battle fleet, which was on a trip around the United States, eventually going across the Pacific to land in Tokyo Bay. And they wanted to come and stop in Monterey. And they did raise about $100. There was a lot of concern at that time of the Japanese military because they had just completed this naval battle with the Russians, which the Japanese had won. And they were showing their military might. And so the United States was very concerned about that. And so they raised all this money. They also built and had this beautiful abalone shell made. There was a company on the wharf, or very near the wharf, a Japanese company that was producing these big, beautiful shells. They were polishing them and selling them to the tourists. This is a special one, though. This one was made as a gift that the Japanese community and the city Monterey Chamber of Commerce presented to Victor Metcalf, who was then the Secretary of the Navy, who came to California with the Great White Fleet. He didn't actually come to Monterey. He stayed up in San Francisco, so he had to go all the way up to San Francisco to present him this wonderful gift. These are a couple of Japanese abalone divers arriving here in the mid-1890s. These are ama divers, or free divers. Of course, they came here because there was so much abalone in the bay. In fact, at one time, it was actually described as being a carpet of abalone, and nobody in Monterey was doing anything with it because nobody knew what the heck you're supposed to do with it. But the Japanese have been doing it with abalone for centuries. They knew what to do with it. And they were drying all that abalone, and they were shipping it back to Japan. Dried abalone is a very important commodity in Japan today. It's considered to be good luck. But there was a lot of anti-Japanese sentiment in the United States at that time, and there's a lot of suspicion about what the Japanese are actually doing out there. This is actually a newspaper story that I found in a newspaper from Montgomery, Alabama, about 1906. It says, "Yellow spies work Frisco. Disguised as innocent fishermen, Japanese engineers take surveys and soundings of Monterey, finding the bay unobstructed." And what the story goes on to say is they were convinced the Japanese weren't collecting abalone, but in fact were mapping the Monterey Bay to prepare the Japanese army to land at Santa Cruz, then march over the Santa Cruz Mountains and take the city of San Francisco. 1913, the state of California made it illegal to ship abalone shells out of the state. And they did that primarily because of tourism. They were very concerned that they would take too many abalones and too many abalone shells out of the state, and the tourists wouldn't have anything to bring home as a souvenir. And so the abalone industry had at this point, the abalone industry had grown quite a bit in Monterey. They were all Japanese at that point. They were just taking all the shells and dumping them out in Seaside. They're dumping them in Sand City, dumping them out there in Marina. Well, there was a company in Southern California in Torrance called Slam that began to produce little products for this abalone, all the abalone shells. In 1915, the San Francisco opened the Panama Pacific World's Fair. It was a World's Fair to honor the opening of the Panama Canal, which opened a couple years before. At this World's Fair, and World's Fairs were really a big deal in those days. Every state is represented. The state of California had the largest of the state buildings. Within that building, every county in California is represented. Monterey County had the largest of the exhibits in that building, and the California State Building. And this is a picture of the Monterey County exhibit. You can see they call them the Mission County, but look down here, you see an abalone diver in the case right here. Here's some abalone shells here. We'll take a look at the backside. Look, more abalone shell. That's what they're promoting right there. Here is our diver. And then look at those big shells there. And then when you left the exhibit, they give you a can of canned abalone, take home as a souvenir. Or you could purchase this watch fob. This is of the Liberty Bell. The Liberty Bell actually was at that World's Fair as an exhibit, but it's inlaid with a piece of Monterey red abalone. This is the interior of Popper and Stolter, the Abalone King. He opened his first restaurant in Monterey in 1907. And in 1908, he came up with this very famous recipe where you cut the foot, because that's you're eating abalone is the foot, pound it to make it nice and soft. Then you add egg wash, cracker crumbs, and then cook it up quickly in olive oil. And soon people came from all over to eat fresh abalone steaks at Pop's restaurant. And then they would sing songs and write poetry like, oh, some folks boast to quail on toast because they think it's Tony, but I'm content to owe my rent and live on abalone. George Sterling wrote that in his guest books in 1913. And so, because they couldn't do anything with the shells, he would just give these shells away, or they just dump them over the side of the wharf, truck them out to Seaside, like I said. And then this company, Slam, this is one of their advertising cards that they have. They began to produce these little trinkets that they could then send, because it wasn't the whole shell, it was just a part of it, to places all over the United States. This is a wonderful little hatchet that's made out of Monterey red abalone that's cut and glued onto a piece of redwood. But if you look at written on here, it says, this is an early one, it says, World's Fair, St. Louis, 1904. And you'll note the thermometer right here. The thermometer is kind of a recurring theme. But this is from the World's Fair in St. Louis in 1904, which also was known as the Louisiana Purchase World's Fair. So this is one of the many souvenirs you could have bought if you visited St. Louis in 1904. Or Christmas card from the turn of the 20th century. Again, this is a little abalone button in the card. And the sail itself was made out of red abalone right there, probably from Monterey. Here's one of my favorites, this abalone fish. I love this fish with the thermometer you see right there. Of course, in Monterey, California. They all would put the name of the town where they were selling this in right there. And they also made little fishing lures like this one, the Killer, genuine abalone pearl, Colorado spinner. Again, red abalone shell right there. This one was produced by a Monterey fisherman in the 1930s, this fishing lure here. And again, you can see the abalone button right there. And then one of the favorite things, the more popular products were the salt and pepper shakers you see right here. Again, they were cut and glued onto a piece of redwood. Pop had all of these at his restaurant. Every table had these abalone salt and pepper shakers. Here's the Custom House, also in abalone. What they did was they take a piece of abalone and they paint it black, and then someone would etch this beautiful drawing of the old Custom House in Monterey, and they put it in a little wooden frame. Here's the very same etched Coit Tower in San Francisco, all in abalone. You see it right there. And then here's a whole lot of those little pieces. This is on exhibit at the J.E. Seale Heritage Museum here in Monterey. You can see the anchor and the keys of the city and the sailboats and lighthouses and airplanes. Here's a shotgun, more hatchets you see right here. This is a little penknife, actually opens up and does all kinds of different things. And you can see button hooks and things like that. And then here is one of my favorites. This is a keychain. This was sold in Nebraska, right? Lincoln, Nebraska. And nothing says Nebraska like abalone. And then here's a abalone souvenir from Monterey. This is a black abalone that was probably used as a candy dish. You can see this was made in the 1930s, souvenir of Monterey, California. And then one of my favorites, this is from the 1950s, actually, a guy named Charlie Heiler, who had the very first aquarium in Monterey, actually opened in the late 40s on the Monterey Wharf. And it was sort of a funky little aquarium. It had tropical fish. It had the sea turtles. In the back, they had sea lions in a cage, and you for 25 cents you could go buy a bag of squid. You could feed the sea lions, and then they had a little gift shop, and you could buy baby alligators for $1. And I remember as a kid, I'd go down there and buy a baby alligator, and we'd take them home and release them in our backyard, convinced those baby alligators are going to grow to be giant alligators. But I'm sure some raccoon ate them up almost immediately. But I guess he didn't really live that long, because Charlie was producing little products like this, and this he would take those dead alligators and he would taxidermy them, then put them around the rim of this red abalone shell, and then he'd fill up the holes in the shell with these little sea snails. And this says Florida. So this is a souvenir item that he was shipping to Florida that was being sold all along the eastern seaboard there, especially in Florida. I should say that along the eastern seaboard in Florida, one of the only places in the world where you cannot find abalone, except there. Then here is a modern fishing lure. This again, all abalone right here, probably from Monterey. And then there is a guitar pick, all made out of abalone here. Let's flip it. On the other side, look what we find here. Oh my gosh. This is what the Deadheads like to refer to as a Steely, or this is the Steal Your Face logo from the Grateful Dead. And this was actually Jerry Garcia's guitar picks. One man gathers while another man spills. And a leather postcard for the turn of the 20th century. Leather postcards are very popular then. So whether they promote abalone. Shall I see you soon? I thank you very much. I think I bored you guys all too much.
Thank you very much, Tim, for sharing all the different things they made out of abalone shells and their history. So we'll move on to our next presentation. And up next, we have The Wreck of the Milwaukee by Jane Hill and the Humboldt Historic Society. Executive Director Jane Hill joined the historic Humboldt County Historic Society in January 2022. She brings with her many years of CEO experience in the nonprofit world, including past positions at the Eureka Symphony, the Sacramento Philharmonics, Opera Omaha, and as co-founder of the Del Arte International. A writer as well as an administrator, Hill is proud to have developed projects focusing on the underrepresented, including immigrant and Ponca tribe.
Humboldt County, with its rugged, often fog-shrouded coast, has a dramatic history of shipwrecks. Remnants of one of the most spectacular can still be seen on the peninsula that makes the northern arm around Humboldt Bay. Go there on a very low minus tide, and you can still see odd triangular plates jutting out of the surf like rusty shark fins. These are the remains of the once proud USS Milwaukee. The story goes back to 1917, when Europe was embroiled in the First World War and the United States was about to be drawn into it. It begins with the tale of an ill-fated submarine. At the time, submarines were a fairly new and developing technology. However, the Germans had already used them to sink 3 British cruisers and the passenger ship Lusitania. Now other nations were scrambling to catch up. An American naval shipyard in Seattle began turning out submarines in 1913, among the first being the H-3, also named the Garfish. These were small torpedo-packing craft, without even enough room for regular crew sleeping quarters, so they had to be accompanied by a mothership. In 1916, the H-3 and 2 sister subs, along with their minder, the Monitor Cheyenne, embarked on a tour of West Coast ports. In a dense fog on December 15th, while approaching the entrance to Humboldt Bay, the H-3's engine malfunctioned, causing the sub to drift off course. From the surface, the crew searched for the smoke from the Cheyenne smokestack, and thinking they saw it, headed for what they hoped was the bay entrance. Instead, they plowed right onto the Samoa beach, the smoke having risen from the Hammond lumber mill. On their way to school that morning, after delivering newspapers, 3 young boys saw what they thought was a beached whale. When closer inspection showed it to be a submarine, the Coast Guard was notified and school was canceled. The children were soon joined on the beach by a growing crowd who watched as crew members were rescued and taken in by local residents. An attempt to pull the sub back to sea failed when a line from the Cheyenne and a tugboat snapped. When local contractor Mercer Fraser proposed hauling the sub across the dunes and into the bay, the Navy declared the bid was impractically low and too low-tech. Instead, the 10,000-ton cruiser Milwaukee was sent up from San Francisco to pull the sub off with cables. On January 13, 1917, the stormy winter seas sabotaged their efforts, and the Milwaukee was tipped sideways and washed parallel to the beach. Lifeboats and cables saved the crew and the ship's 2 mascots, Spots the Spaniel and Blackie, an old tomcat. Once again, the rescued crew were cared for locally, then sent back to San Francisco, leaving the Navy the costly task of salvaging the wreck. A camp set up on the dunes with bunkhouse and a cookhouse for the salvagers was nicknamed Camp Milwaukee. A timber pier was built out to the wreck, part of which can still be seen today. Overall, the failed rescue and the salvage cost the Navy $7 million, the most costly peacetime loss in U.S. history. Over the years, the remains of the wreck were a favorite spot for treasure hunters, thrill seekers, and daring kids to play. Souvenirs from the Milwaukee found their way into many local homes, including furniture and sets of U.S. Navy dishes. Finally, World War II scrap drives salvaged nearly all that was not sunk beneath the coastal sand. And the original cause of all this, the submarine H-3, the local contractor renewed its original offer and pulled the sub across the dunes using log rollers and steam engines, techniques perfected in the local timber industry for hauling huge redwood logs. The sub reached the bay and was towed down to San Francisco, where she was repaired and went on to serve in the First World War. The onset of that war and its horrors soon overshadowed the shame of this costly Navy debacle. But the skeletal remains off our shore are still a haunting reminder of Humboldt's place in America's maritime history. For the Humboldt County Historical Society, this is Jim Garrison.
Thank you so much, Jane and the Humboldt County Historic Society, for that fabulous presentation on the wreck of the USS Milwaukee. So our next presentation is The Early Life of Thomas O. Larkin by Carla Knowles. Miss Knowles grew up in Monterey and has lived in historic Sonoma, California, where she was a docent at the Sonoma Mission for 10 years.
Hi, my name is Carla Noyes. My presentation today is a brief look at the early career of Thomas Oliver Larkin. First, let me say that there are 29 volumes of his manuscripts taking up 7 linear feet in the Bancroft Library. I'm presenting just a thin sliver about the man. Larkin is generally known for being the first American consul to Mexican California. I wanted to learn why he received this honor. He was born September 16, 1802, in Charleston, Massachusetts, just across the Charles River from Boston. He had deep Yankee roots. He had a relative on the Mayflower. One fought in the Battle of Bunker Hill. Another owned Paul Revere's horse. He had a large extended family. His mother, Anne Rogers, married 3 times. Her first husband had 8 children. Her third husband had 10. The only child of Anne's with her first husband was John B.R. Cooper of the Cooper-Malera complex in Monterey. Anne's second marriage produced our Thomas. Anne's third husband, Amora Childs, was a successful banker who was frugal and keenly interested in making money. In 1843, Larkin's stepbrother Ebenezer Childs wrote, "Father looks old, but is hearty and vigorous, still intent on the acquisition of money." Larkin shared this passion for wealth. In 1819, at 15 years old, Thomas was sent across the river to Boston to learn the art of making books. While he was there, his mother died. He wrote, "So there went the last of my peace and innocence." Larkin refused to submit to training because he was stubborn. He tried selling books and didn't like that either, but he learned about supply and demand. While he had little formal education, he was a prolific reader and writer. In 1821, at 19 years old, he left Boston with a friend to seek our fortune and rise or fall with one another. They traveled to Wilmington, North Carolina. Within 2 weeks, Larkin found employment as a clerk. The following year, he sailed to Bermuda as a cargo manager. The captain was frequently drunk, and Larkin didn't get paid, but he gained experience of shipping and trade at 20 years old. He returned to Wilmington, and he and his friend opened a small store. In about 2 years, they dissolved the partnership with, as Larkin writes, no profit, but considerable experience to go upon in the future. Larkin went to New York for a vacation, but before he left, he became seriously ill for a week, possibly with yellow fever. He thought he was going to die. When he got back to Boston, he was alarmed that his relatives and friends didn't recognize him. "In the streets, I passed and jostled my very relations without their recognizing me. Strange that these few years could have altered me so much, but it had." He returned to Wilmington in 1824 with his 16-year-old brother. This time, Larkin brought goods, purchased on credit, that he knew would sell. Apparently, the dissolution of the previous partnership was not amicable, because his friend tried to destroy Larkin's reputation among his creditors and family in Boston. He said that Larkin was always at the theater, frequented a gambling house 7 nights a week, with the implication of even worse depravity. And Larkin's family believed him. Larkin writes, "This man interfering in my affairs was the cause of perpetual grief to me for months." In 1825, he overcame the rumors and opened another store in Rockfish, North Carolina. The new store did well, and he bought a small plantation. That same year, he was appointed Justice of the Peace to settle disputes between neighbors. He was 21 years old. He writes, "Let me, by constant industry and perseverance, persist in a certain line of conduct that shall lead on to those enjoyments that I now pant for, to gain wealth." That same year, he opened a post office in his store. Later, he sold the store and purchased a sawmill on credit. The sawmill went bust and left him in debt. He lost everything. In a letter to his stepbrother Ebenezer Childs in 1831, Larkin writes, "I do believe our family thinks but little of us, and thinks we shall never be much." In this letter, he outlines 3 possible futures. He could marry a wealthy cousin, if he liked her, and with her money pay off his debts. He could see if his stepbrother could get him a job at the Postal Service, or he could go to Monterey and clerk for his half-brother, John B.R. Cooper. The first two opportunities did not come through, and that left only Monterey. It looks like going to the jumping-off place of the world to go to Monterey. As an aside, he wasn't in communication with his half-brother Cooper before he left. Cooper had extended the clerk opportunity to another relative who declined it. So at 29 years old, Larkin left Boston in 1831 and arrived 7 months later in Monterey by way of the Sandwich Islands and San Francisco. While in Oahu, Larkin made favorable impressions with the leading merchants and traders, all who were excellent contacts for his forthcoming business in Monterey. What did he find in Monterey? Well, let me fast forward through the history of Alta California. The native Indian populations, the establishment of the missions, the Russians, the fur otter trade, the English Hudson Bay Company, Mexican independence, the secularization of the missions, increased number of land grants, the establishment of huge ranchos, the hide and tallow trade, revolving Mexican governors, and in a few years, increasing overland immigration. The owners of the large ranchos continued the hide and tallow trade established by the missions. Hides, known as California banknotes, were almost the only form of exchange for the ranchos and sold between $1.10 and $3 each. The hides were shipped in the tens of thousands around Cape Horn to Boston shoe factories. Because coin was unavailable and hides too bulky to be used as currency, trade was based on barter, which could be complicated. For example, John Temple sent brandy from Los Angeles to Monterey and asked that Larkin deliver hides and tallow to Jose Aguilar, to whom Temple was in debt. A debt could be paid in cash or hides, but if it was stated in the contract, soap, wheat, or lumber might be accepted. It was frequently necessary to carry a debt for a long time while waiting for the next slaughter season. To recap, he goes to Monterey via Hawaii, meets his future wife on the ship, and arrives as a nearly penniless but experienced businessman, sociable, agreeable, and with a determination to acquire wealth. In 1832, he clerks for his half-brother. The next year, he marries Rachel Hobson Holmes. He manages his half-brother's ranch in Salinas. The Larkins moved back to Monterey and live at William Hartnell's townhouse, where Larkin started a small store with goods sold on consignment. He engaged in debt collection for his half-brother and would, with persistence and persuasion, cajole people to pay their debts. Thus he was trading and establishing himself in the community. Between 1835 and 39, he builds the Larkin House with the money from his wife's former husband's estate that included a store on the ground floor. In 1835, he begins building an oven to make bread and ship's biscuits to sell to the whalers, hide traders, and U.S. Navy. He did well with that venture. In July, he bought lumber for his house, and eventually he would dominate the lumber industry for 15 years. His store became a center for coastal and foreign trade from Mazatlan in the south to New Helvetia in the north. He operated as a middleman, supplying the ranchos with cloth, clothing, china goods, liquor, molasses, sugar, rice, lumber, tools, furniture, and he obtained peas, corn, wheat, soap, dried beef, and most importantly, hides and tallow. In 1844 in Mazatlan, he engaged in trade with several firms and increased trade with Mexico more than anyone thought possible. In 1846, he purchased the entire cargo of a ship from Salem. No one had purchased on a scale like this before. He chartered vessels to carry goods to customers along the coast, and while he wasn't the most scrupulous of merchants, he would try to increase his profits at every opportunity. Neither was he the worst scoundrel. He communicated widely. In 1840, he was asked to write for a Hawaiian newspaper. He wrote to shippers and shipping newspapers where he listed the advantages of Monterey and his services. He wrote for the New York Sun and the New York Herald, promoting the abundance of California's resources and, this is important, encouraged the American occupation of California, following the Texas example. And he was a building contractor. In 1841, he was contracted to rebuild the custom house in Monterey. In 1845, to build a custom wharf. His reputation as a host for respectable visitors to Monterey was legendary, and he complained that his monthly food bill was half the profits of his retail trade, $3,000 a month in 1846. That's the equivalent of $112,000 per month today. He entertained people who would be of use to him, not employees, fur trappers, or escaped sailors. That said, in 1844, when the ship he returned on from Mazatlan brought smallpox, he opened his parlor to vaccinate the large number of people who couldn't afford to pay. The next day, 300 people of all classes were vaccinated, and hundreds more the following month. Between 1843 and 46, Larkin turned his retail operations over to employees through partnerships, and in April 46, he writes that he has turned his activities to loans, advances, and money transacting. He made loans in cash, which was the only type of credit you could charge interest on. Larkin's ability to establish and maintain good relationships with successive governors of the department allowed him to become their banker and their chief source of supplies. In short, he was simply the best connected person on the West Coast with good relationships among Americans, Californios, Mexican government officials, and the U.S. Navy. He earned his position as U.S. consul, where he helped protect the interests and rights of American citizens in Alta California.
Thank you very much, Carla, for that presentation on Thomas Larkin. And so before we start our 1 to 2 o'clock hour, just want to say another special thank you to our committee and judges for making this event possible. Susan Schillinglaw, Emily Gottlieb, Greg Kaye, Kent Seavey, Joe Livernoy, Inga Waite, Tim Thomas, and Kim Goodmanson. So from the 1 to 2 o'clock hour, we'll have Larry Oda with the Japanese and early Monterey fishing industry, One Family's Experience, Cameron Binkley, the history of the Slope Memorial, Rosemary Kent, Did James Fitzgerald Find Eden in Monterey, and Marty Thompson, Maria Madariaga, the Lady in Lace of 17 Mile Drive. So first up, the Japanese and early Monterey fishing industry, One Family's Experience by Larry Oda. Larry is a third-generation resident of Monterey. His family came to work in the fishing industry at the turn of the last century and prospered until the outbreak of the Second World War.
My presentation is the Japanese in the early Monterey fishery. My name is Larry Oda, and I'm a third-generation resident of, I'm a third-generation resident of Monterey. Let's see. I wanted to go through a little background history of U.S.-Japan. Those of you who watched the Enduring Democracy video saw a little snippet of it, and it seems like a lot of the presentations have covered things that I'll also be talking about, but from a personal point of view. So in the U.S.-Japan timeline, Japan was isolated from the rest of the world between 1638 and 1854, meaning that they didn't allow anyone to immigrate either in or out. And that was changed when Commodore Perry sailed into Tokyo Bay and said, you know, we need to be able to replenish our ships, and demanded that Japan open their ports. In 1841, the first recorded Japanese in the U.S. was a shipwrecked fisherman who was picked up by a Boston whaler and taken back to Fairhaven, Massachusetts. I seem like I'm jumping over things, but 1854, Commodore Perry opens Japan. In 1868, a coup d'etat, it restored imperial rule. Before that time, the country was ruled by daimyos throughout the country, that controlled different areas. In 1873, Emperor Meiji, in order to maintain security in the country, to make laws, not immigration, but international laws making trade relations, he needed to create his own army. In order to do that, he raised taxes and required compulsory military service. This created some problems because Japan was suffering from some severe typhoons, which impacted their production of food. And in 1885, the government legalized immigration, allowed the citizens to leave to make their fortune in other countries. So along with this timeline, in 1860, diplomatic relations with Japan and the United States were finalized. They sent a delegation to, Japan sent a delegation to Washington, D.C. to finalize that. And in 1885, as I mentioned, the first Japanese contract laborers were sent from Japan to primarily Hawaii and California. In Hawaii, they worked in the sugarcane fields, and in California, they were lumberjacks and farm laborers. In 1895, a man that was pointed out in our video, Otosaburo Noda, who was actually working as a lumberjack up in the trees, noticed the abundance of abalone in the bay, around Monterey Bay, and he described it as a carpet of abalone. In 1901, Noda established a fishing colony on Cannery Row. And this was north of where it was the Murray Mansion at that time, but now it's the Monterey Plaza Hotel and the Chart House. In 1942, because of the attack on Pearl Harbor by the Japanese government, also as part of the video that we watched at lunch, the government incarcerated the Japanese for a lot of stated reasons, but basically they imprisoned the whole Japanese population in the United States. A good part of that, because of the because of the military performance of the Japanese Americans during World War II in Italy and France, Japanese were allowed to be naturalized. They weren't allowed naturalization until then. So as part of those prior laws, any woman who was an American woman who married a Japanese national lost their citizenship. That happened to my mother. She was born in Watsonville and lost her citizenship when she married a Japanese national. Also in 1988, an apology for the unlawful suspension of civil rights, constitutional rights of the Japanese Americans during World War II was apologized for, token reparations paid. And I don't know, I guess sad to announce that the last prime mover of that movement, Secretary Norman Mineta, just passed away. I think on Tuesday. So this is Otosaburo Noda. He was a labor contractor. He discovered the abundance of fish in abalone and Monterey Bay. He had written back to the Ministry of Agriculture in Japan and said, hey, no one's doing anything with these. Although the Chinese were utilizing some of the abalone, but primarily salmon and squid. But he founded the abalone diving industry, and that started in Monterey, but ended up in Point Lobos. And the Kodani family is going to be celebrating their, I'm not sure what the term is, I've seen it, but it's 125 years of presence on the peninsula this year. 1897 was when they started. And Noda was also responsible for starting the fishing colony on Cannery Row. What happened? I'm sorry, I'm touching my mouse and it's moving things. Anyway, as I mentioned, the fishing colony was right at, well, north of the where the chart house is now, but he lived in a house on the intersection of Wave Street and what was known as Ocean View Avenue, now Cannery Row. So the first wave of immigrants that came from Japan were, a labor force, primarily men. In the video, it talks about the families that, one of the families that came to farm the mouth of the valley, the Miyamoto family. And this is one of the brothers that started the farms at the mouth of the Carmel Valley, the Miyamoto farms. So the second wave of immigrants from about 1900 to 1924 were fishermen and farmers. And as I mentioned, they were escaping from the prevailing economic conditions of the famine caused by the typhoons, the taxation by the government, and the second and third sons got nothing, so they would rather take their chances of coming to where the streets were paved with gold. So, my family is primarily involved in fishing. I know a little bit about the farming because, the Salinas Valley prior to, or about, starting in 1930, was known as the salad bowl of the world. Because of the fresh vegetables that were shipped out to the rest of the country and the world. And there was one fact that I like to point out, the Channel 8 in Salinas, the TV station, call sign is KSBW, and the SBW stands for Salad Bowl of the World. But I'm talking about fishing. So my grandfather came in 1906 to work in the fishing industry, and he was wasn't a fisherman. He worked in fish processing and on Cannery Row. He lived in the same house that Noda did at that intersection of Wave Street ocean view. And I found some artifacts that, things that were left behind by Noda that we have in our house. So Tim Thomas talked about the number of fishing boats on the bay in 1909. He said that there were 185 boats, and 145 of them, these are salmon boats, 145 of them were Japanese boats. So at that time, early in the last century, salmon was king. Sardines hadn't become the as wanted, I guess, as salmon was, and not only for the fishing, but when you catch a lot of fish, you have to sell it, you have to distribute it. So the businesses on Fisherman's Wharf are also Japanese controlled. So about the same proportion, 75% of the businesses on Fisherman's Wharf were Japanese controlled. So here's some small boats in 1909. This is an example, a later example of a smaller boat that's going down the slip at the Monterey Boat Works. But the JCL is going to be hopefully we'll be making a model of this to display in our museum. So, the smaller boats, and then as time went on, you catch so many fish, you need a bigger boat. And this is another one where you have a lighter that has a larger hole to hold your catch. And then this is one of Frank Manaka's first boats. And you can see how many, this is a sardine boat, but they catch so many fish that they put fences up to put more fish on or to hold more fish.
And just a heads up, Larry, just a few more minutes.
Okay. All right. Well, so here's the fish market. This is a Higashi fish market on Fisherman's Wharf. And later they got bigger boats. This is Frank Manaka's boat after the war that would hold 200 tons in the hold and another 100 tons on the deck. My grandfather opened his own cannery in 1926, the Sea Pride Cannery, which is the site of the outer or open ocean wing of the Monterey Bay Aquarium today. So this is a ground view from about 1930. And this is, with his wealth, he bought a house, purchased or built a house on above where he works on Foam Street. And picture of the label from one of the labels from his cannery. And they also canned whale meat for the whaling station in Moss Landing that was sent to Japan. He sold his cannery, went back to Japan, started a fishing company, a shipping company, and this is one of his boats. He traded up and down the coast, China and to Indonesia. I guess we won't go into Marta Thompson says I could have her time. Well, anyway, I'll keep on going if that's okay. Cut me off or shut me off when if you want to.
You got about another minute and 30 seconds.
Okay, so short stuff about my father. He was born in 1900, raised in Japan, came to the U.S., worked on the Fisherman's Wharf, became he liked baseball. This is him, the third from the left, in a tournament in Watsonville in 1923. But he was instrumental in the abalone processing on Fisherman's Wharf. I just wanted to show the kind of fishing boats that they use for abalone. The lighter here was a dive boat, and that would go close to shore to pick up, send the divers down to pick up the abalone. And a little picture of the diver and some of the crew. This is out of Point Lobos. And then a picture of the catch that they would have. They'd put it in boxes, but all the excess would go on the deck, just like the fish, the sardine fishermen would do. This is the abalone on the floor waiting to be processed. The guys would take the foot out of the shell, put it on the table for the ladies to trim to make a kind of like a cylinder. And then they'd put it in the slicer and slice the abalone and then pound it to tenderize it and package it up and ship it out. So that all was good until 1941, when the attack on Pearl Harbor happened. The Japanese were suspect. They were all put in, 120,000 were put into internment camps. The 10 War Relocation Authority camps, the smaller dots are the assembly centers, and the stars are the Justice Department and Army facilities for enemy aliens like my dad, who was born in Japan and a business leader that were suspect. So I was born in Crystal City, Texas, one of the Justice Department camps. There were also Peruvian, Japanese, and Germans in that camp. So picture of the Salinas Assembly Center. Here's a picture of my dad at a men's camp in Santa Fe, New Mexico. A picture of the Manzanar War Relocation Center in the Inyo County, Owens Valley. And another picture, but nice, beautiful mountains in the background anyway. This is a monument at Manzanar. This is a picture of me in 1945, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Larry, for that presentation.
My pleasure.
Thank you. All right, up next, we have The History of the Sloat Monument by Cameron Binkley. Cameron Binkley, a public historian whose work has focused upon institutional history research, writing, and interpretation. He currently serves as the command historian for the Defense Language Institute, Foreign Language Center, Presidio of Monterey.
Hello, my name is Cameron Binkley. I'm an Army historian in Monterey, California, and I'd like to tell you a little bit about the history of an endearing local monument called the Sloat Memorial. The Sloat Memorial Monument is located on the U.S. Army's Presidio of Monterey, as shown in this old aerial photograph of the lower Presidio. This part of the base hasn't changed much and is open to the public as a historical park 365 days a year. Over the decades, this monument has attracted many with an interest in history who found their way to the site. The monument has also long been a favorite of photographers. Veterans of early wars flock to see the monument, as have later-day reenactors of those early wars, and many others looking for a picturesque venue. For example, here is the Russian choir of the Defense Language Institute in 1965. Thus, from the Calvary era to the modern era, the monument has been a beloved artifact. So who is Sloat? Commodore John Drake Sloat was an American naval officer commanding the U.S. Navy's Pacific Squadron, then stationed out of the friendly port of Valparaiso, Chile in the summer of 1846. He became the first American military governor of California. But what's a commodore? Commodore is a naval rank no longer used. It indicated an officer above the rank of captain, the officer normally commanding a single warship, and below the rank of admiral. But like an admiral, commodores could command many vessels. In the 19th century, several men with the rank of commodore became historically prominent, including Commodores Matthew C. Perry and George Dewey. Dewey was particularly important because his successful naval actions helped transform the United States into a colonial power during the Spanish-American War. During the 1830s and 40s, Pacific Squadron commanders had secret orders to capture and hold the ports of California in the event of war between the United States and Mexico. By 1842, however, those orders weren't really that secret. To find out why, Google the name of yet another Commodore, Thomas Ap Catesby Jones. War was possible because the Mexican province of Texas had seceded from Mexico in 1836 and had immediately lobbied the United States for annexation without having signed a peace treaty with Mexico. President James Polk came into office on a pro-annexation platform in 1845. Texas claimed all the territory between the Nueces River and the Rio Grande as its boundary, which Mexico disputed. In December 1845, after debating the issue for 9 years, the United States annexed Texas, and President Polk sent General Zachary Taylor with an army to the border. When Taylor crossed the Nueces River, it provoked a war with Mexico. General Taylor's successful campaign against Mexican forces made him famous, and he succeeded Polk as president in 1849. Of the several campaigns during the Mexican-American War, Commodore Sloat's was key for California. Having intercepted intelligence while at Mazatlan that war had begun in late April 1846, Sloat sailed for Monterey, the capital city of Alta California, to carry out his secret orders. Arriving in Monterey Bay, Sloat sent his forces ashore on July 7, 1846, an event often called Sloat's Landing, and many times later reenacted. This image was actually commissioned in 1901 to promote progress on the Sloat Monument. While the image is not completely accurate, it does depict the 3 ships of Sloat's squadron, his flagship, the frigate Savannah, and sloops of war, Cyane and Levant. In command of the shore party was Captain William Mervine, who seized the town without firing a shot. Well, there was a naval 21-gun salute to accompany the raising of the American flag above the old custom house. Interestingly, British warships observed these proceedings, having their own claims on the Pacific coast, but took no action. President Polk had prudently resolved the Oregon Territory boundary dispute between the United States and Great Britain just prior to the Mexican War. Sloat immediately issued a proclamation to all Californians assuring them of their rights and protections as new citizens of the United States. He also directed the occupation of other ports in California. Sloat didn't actually come ashore in Monterey as he was quite ill and would transfer command to Commodore Robert F. Stockton after only a few days. In part because of this, some historians later cast aspersions upon Sloat, which in turn became a driving reason for many veterans to memorialize Sloat's actions. To secure the harbor from possible assault by other foreign powers, Sloat ordered the construction of coastal defenses on Presidio Hill above similar earlier Spanish and Mexican fortifications. This installation was later named Fort Mervine by Montereyans who remembered the gallant officer who led the shore party. The Army arrived in Monterey in January 1847, completed the fortification, and surveyed a military reservation which was later permanently set aside. After the fortification was no longer needed for military purposes, it was selected as an ideal location to construct a monument to honor Sloat and his acquisition of California. The successful outcome of the war, concluded by the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo in 1848, settled the Texas boundary dispute, but also left the United States in possession of all of Alta California, which today includes not only California, but the states of Nevada, Utah, and Arizona, as well as significant portions of Colorado, New Mexico, and Wyoming. Soon thereafter, California gained statehood, and the gold rush redefined the state's political economy, making San Francisco its most preeminent region. so the Army left Monterey. Later, the American Civil War far overshadowed the events of the Mexican-American War, which began to fade in memory. Not wanting to be forgotten, veterans of the Mexican War organized a celebration at the Old Custom House in Monterey in 1886. Their celebration marked the 40th anniversary of the arrival of Commodore Sloat and the raising of the American flag above California. The man who organized the 40th anniversary celebration, and did it again 10 years later, was a fellow by the name of Major Edwin A. Sherman. Both the 40th and the 50th anniversary of Sloat's landing were hugely successful. Prominent and well-to-do citizens filled the streets of the small sleepy hamlet and the nearby Del Monte Hotel, auguring Monterey's future as a seaside resort. The first celebration also helped galvanize national support for Congress to pass a service pension bill for Mexican War veterans, and it convinced a group called the Associated Veterans of the Mexican War to start, quote, a movement for the erection of the first national monument on the Pacific coast and at Monterey, where the American flag was first hoisted. Naturally, the man chosen to lead the Sloat Monument Committee was Edwin Sherman, himself a Mexican War veteran, a proud Mason, and a gadfly among veterans groups. He would lead the effort for 25 years. Incidentally, the 50th anniversary featured 2 naval vessels firing 21 gun salutes, and William Toller, who was chosen to raise the flag on July 7, 1896. Toller had been Commodore Sloat's secretary and signal officer and was the man who had raised the flag on July 7, 1846, 50 years earlier. During the 1896 celebration, the cornerstone of the Sloat Memorial was laid in place with much fanfare. Perhaps the Mexican War veterans focused on memorializing Sloat because so many others who had been in Monterey during the war had become well known. For example, Commodore Stockton and future generals William Tecumseh Sherman and John C. Fremont. But it was Sloat who had ordered the taking in California in the first place. Sherman continued to acquire base stones for the monument through donations from counties, veterans groups, and others, capitalizing upon fraternal society connections. As new stones were acquired, their emplacement offered another opportunity for publicity and fundraising, but progress was slow. In 1902, to facilitate the cause, Sherman even published a biography of Sloat that was in part a rebuke to historians Sherman didn't care for, namely Hubert Howe Bancroft. Finally, about 1905, the base of the monument was complete. Unfortunately for Sherman, it had taken too long to build the monument. His cause was overtaken by yet another war that began in 1898 over Cuba. As a result, San Francisco, now feeling its oats as the Queen City of the Pacific, raised a triumphal monument unlike any ever before built in the West, a monument dedicated to Commodore George Dewey, the hero of the Spanish-American War. It was even dedicated by President Theodore Roosevelt in 1903, and it put to shame the efforts of the Sloat Monument Committee to be the first to build such a monument. Now, the Sloat Monument Committee had chosen a grandiose plan to memorialize Sloat. His likeness was to have been crafted by well-known German-born sculptor Rupert Schmid, who had sculpted busts of General Ulysses S. Grant, seen here in San Francisco's Golden Gate Park, the Triumphal Arch at Stanford University, and was most famously known for his California Venus. Sloat was to be depicted with his arm outstretched, pointing toward the Custom House where the American flag was first raised over California. Then, in 1906, came the great San Francisco earthquake and the more destructive fire that followed. Schmidt's studio was destroyed, and with the city in ruins, he left California to do work elsewhere. Some argue that the fire destroyed Schmidt's statue of Sloat, but it is more likely that it destroyed the statue's funding. With thousands of refugees fleeing San Francisco, charity for the Sloat Memorial was not a foremost concern for many. Surviving Mexican War veterans were now reaching an advanced age, so time was of the essence. Fortunately, Congress had passed an act in 1907 appropriating $10,000 to aid in completion of the Sloat Monument, as long as the design was approved by the Secretary of War. The base and pedestal of the monument were intended to be 31 feet tall to match California's status as the 31st state. The pedestal was completed using granite from Rockland quarries between March and June 1910, and it rose 25 feet above the base as planned by architect Melvin Earl Cummings. However, it was not possible to construct Rupert Schmidt's originally planned sculpture. Instead, the Secretary of War approved a so-called War Eagle, with the now modest statue completed by an apprentice of Rupert Schmidt named Arthur Putnam. Finally, on July 7, 1910, after nearly 25 years of effort, the Commodore John D. Sloat Memorial Monument was unveiled to a throng of several hundred spectators. By this time, the Army had returned to Monterey. The presiding officer of the event was Colonel Charles W. Mason of the U.S. Army's 8th Infantry Regiment, commanding the Presidio of Monterey. We know this for a fact because the soldier's name is literally carved into the monument, a practice that today would give modern JAG officers some heartburn. But in truth, perhaps the most interesting thing about the Sloat Memorial is that carved into the stonework of its base are scores of inscriptions that chart something of the history of California. Inscriptions that detail powerful historical actors, mark the rise of women in civic life, and subtly convey the politics of remembrance by telling us what the inscribers thought it was important for the future to know. The Sloat Memorial is therefore an object that says as much about those who created it as the man and the events it commemorates.
Thank you very much, Cameron, for that great presentation on the Sloat Monument. And our next presentation is by Rosemary Kent. Did James Fitzgerald find Eden in Monterey? Rosemary Kent, retired physicist who moved to California from the UK for graduate school, raised 3 children in Syracuse, New York, and worked as a rocket scientist in the greater Boston area. Returned to California, living in the Mission District of San Francisco before moving to Monterey in 2018. Rosemary, if you're on, you can take control of the screen.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes.
So I am happy to give you my presentation entitled, Did James Fitzgerald Find Eden in Monterey? The title was inspired by a recent exhibition of mainly watercolor paintings that James Fitzgerald did whilst he stayed in Monterey. That exhibition, held at the Monterey Museum of Art, was entitled Seeking Eden, James Fitzgerald in Monterey. So here we see the entrance to the exhibition with 3 portraits of local people that he did in other mediums than watercolor. On the right is a picture of Ed Ricketts, one of his friends. This was done in 1935 in graphite pencil. And then the picture, the famous charcoal of John Steinbeck, also done in 1935. And then here is one that actually has been given the title September 1932, presumably the date that he did this oil painting. And it may be a self-portrait. It may alternatively be a portrait of Joseph Campbell, who had in September 1932 just come back from an expedition with as being Ed Ricketts' assistant on a collecting trip to Sitka, Alaska, on the Grampus boat. So how do I go to the next slide? Okay, so a little bit about the early life of James Fitzgerald. He was born 1899 in South Boston, Massachusetts. At an early age, it was recognized that he had an artistic trend, and his parents set up a studio in the home. He had a formal arts study in Boston between 1919 and 1924. In that period, he did spend a time out on the Atlantic Ocean on a fishing trip to the Grand Banks on a boat, the Elizabeth Howard. It went through a bad storm. He actually landed up working as a fisherman on that boat along with the sailors. And also early on the trip, he did some paintings that have survived. Again, in the mid-1920s, he made his first trip to Monhegan Island, which is 12 miles off the coast of Maine. And he must have perhaps fallen in love with Monhegan, and Monhegan will come up later again in this talk. But at the end of 1928, he decided to leave the East Coast, and he sailed to Seattle via the Panama Canal. Then he went back to San Francisco, hoping that he could take a boat to Alaska. But that boat did run aground in Oakland, and so he decided to come overland down to Monterey instead. Like Monterey, at that time, as you have heard, there was a developing community of artists and others. So in 1929, at the end of the year, he bought the land on which he then built a cottage in 1930, which I will describe more in my talk. Next year, he met Margaret Mather, known as Pegs, a dancer who trained with Martha Graham, and they were married a few weeks later. But 12 years later, 1943, he left Monterey. And as far as I know, he never returned to Monterey, although he did make trips many other locations outside of where he went to, which was Monhegan. So as I was the lucky person to be able to purchase Fitzgerald's cottage in 2018, and also acquired a lot of the memorabilia that was left with the cottage from previous owners. I'll show you what the cottage looks like nowadays. It was built, as I said, in 1930, along with the neighboring house, also built in 1930. They are both aligned north-south or east-west, whichever way you want to think about it. But the main axis of Fitzgerald's cottage, the north-south, is shown here. This is the side of the great room or his studio. That is a room that is 31 feet long and then 23 feet wide in this direction, and about 20 feet tall, as I'll show you later. It also has a 9-foot wide balcony at the south end. It's best shown in this view from the kitchen, which forms part of an L with the great room. Up here is the loft, which he used as his bedroom. A lot of good wood was used in this house, old growth redwood, presumably from Big Sur. The floor seemed to be Douglas fir, which I don't believe is a local tree. It must have come from somewhere up north. And growing in the yard, we see later pictures of beautiful coast live oak, which has been here for decades. I move to the next screen. I'll show you the other view of the house. So it's an L shape that he built with an extension in this corner here, the opposite side from where the L is. We just saw the L is back here below the near the chimney. This extra room, a bedroom, was added by the next owner. So it was much more of an L than the rectangle that is now. So this is a view from the driveway. The garage is just here. Recently, unfortunately, coastal live oaks in California are being done in by a fungal disease, and one of them, which stood here blocking the view from the street, had to come down, and now we have a much more open view of that house as seen from the street. Both this house and the neighboring house are set quite far back from the street. This is the beautiful north end of the great room or studio, and it has this enormous 8-foot by 10-foot window at the end, providing a great illumination, and it's probably blocking the view of myself in the screen. It's if you look at the thumbnail of myself, I am inside that great room at the moment, and this big window is on the left side of the screen. Next slide. The front garden, as I say, is dominated by this large multi-trunked coastal oak, still standing, fortunately. That coastal oak, I don't know if it was there in James Fitzgerald's time. The painting of a live oak that hung in that recent exhibition was not of that coastal live oak that's in the front. But this is taken from the next owner's scrapbook. She lived here from 1943 until 1980. So this Polaroid was taken sometime during that stay and shows clearly the tree, and also some of the beautiful gardening that she did around the tree. There's a pedestal with a pagoda type thing on top of it. Both are still standing but separated. There's a water basin that she built here. This is still standing. That water basin shows up here as well. The next owners planted a beautiful Western azalea outside the lower bedroom window. And here we see the coastal live oak in the daytime and the coastal live oak plus that enormous window here seen from the driveway. So in the back, along that long north-south axis where the great room is that I showed on the first image is a patio, enough room for maybe 4 people to sit. Out by the kitchen on the other side of the L is a fish pond, presumably added since Fitzgerald's time. He was not much of a gardener. I believe 𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐺 added this and then the next owners expanded it. And then we have another view of that fish pond, and this one taken from the loft where his bedroom was, and another view with the fish showing up nicely in it. So inside the great room is this loft, and one of the nice attractions of the interior of the house is the ironwork done by Francis Whitaker, the artistic blacksmith out of Carmel. So we have this long 30-foot, 23-foot wide balcony railing. If you look closely, Whitaker had this signature, the head of a dragon, I believe it was, and you can find these hidden in that railing. Then we also have, shown with the railing also here, we also have a beautiful chandelier. It's now lit from outside because there's no good way to change the bulb without taking the chandelier off the ceiling. I also believe he did some of the work on the fireplace, the damper and the maybe the andirons, I'm not sure. He said he made andirons. So next slide shows who built this house for Fitzgerald. One question I had. Now there's a biography of Fitzgerald written by Calvin Hennig, which claims that it was built by Walter Snook. And Walter Snook lived a few houses away. In fact, this is a picture of Walter Snook's house. But the other houses I've seen by Snook do not look in any way like Fitzgerald's cottage. It's much more akin in style to, say, this cottage by where Whitaker lived. It was built in Carmel by the master builder Michael Murphy in 1929. Whitaker lived there. Whitaker was in fact an assistant for 7 years, straddling 1929 to Michael Murphy. So here we have 2 signs that the house is the same, similar style to Whitaker's house, and it has Whitaker's work in it. So that is one question I have and like to find out, is more about the design and building of this house. Next slide, please. So I'm coming to ask the question about Fitzgerald. We know that when he went to Monhegan in 1943, an island, a small island, is known for its fishing, its art colony, and now for tourism. And he came to Monhegan with his wife, but they separated for good in 1945. Their marriage was on and off most of the time. But he changed his lifestyle when he got to Monhegan. He became a loner, kept himself with a simple lifestyle, still remembered for being stubborn alone, absorbing scenes for hours. I met somebody who was a fisherman on Monhegan Island, and he would just describe this person who would just be watching the waves for hours on end. And he'd actually remember, and then he'd always paint from his memory. He became a loner, he stopped exhibiting, and he lost interest in selling his art. He did, however, have 2 art patrons, a husband and wife out of Dover, Massachusetts, who would go to Monhegan in the summer, called Edgar and Ann Hubert. And they were his patrons, but not only that, they looked after his everyday needs. He took care of making sure he had a place to stay. He did, however, get out of Monhegan. So his outside painting, he would, for reasons of either finances or for his desire to paint, go other places. He went to New York City and Louisiana to build, and to paint, he went particularly to Mount Katahdin, which is the tallest mountain in Maine, and he went to the Irish Aran Islands and actually died on an island called Aranmore, slightly north of the Aran Islands in 1971. And shown here is a boat that he actually used. It's outside the Monhegan Museum. It's actually being renovated, but it's going to be out on display very soon. Next slide. So when he was in Monterey, though, he was a much more sociable, much more known for his social side. He was part of the Cannery Road group that included Joseph Campbell and, of course, Ed Ricketts and John Steinbeck, the marriage. What was interesting when I look back on the Monterey Peninsula Herald was I found that there were some large get-togethers at the studio hosted by his mother-in-law. And I cannot see the person that we later see on Monhegan Island hosting such a thing. He later bought this enormous car, a Chevrolet Woody, and this is an image not of his car, but of a Woody. And he exhibited a lot. He won prizes for his work. He even played the violin in a sextet. So next page. In 1940, we've been talking about the Sea of Cortez trip. And this trip, as others have mentioned, was on the Western Flyer, and he went along, so Ed Ricketts went along with John and Carol Steinbeck, 4 crew members, to collect specimens off Baja. But my question is, why wasn't Fitzgerald on this trip? He had been a long-time friend with Ed soon after he arrived here. They both shared an interest in Oriental philosophy. He had been on previous boat trips, even acting as substitute fisherman, and often painted maritime scenes. However, they did have a dinghy, and that dinghy had a very bad motor on it, so they often had to row the dinghy, and I wonder if maybe Fitzgerald was not too keen on rowing. Although we do see later his rowboat out on Monhegan Island. But Steinbeck's relationship with Fitzgerald's relationship with Steinbeck was not good, at all good. It was often confrontational. Ricketts was known to have kept boxing gloves in case he needed to split them up when they had debates, confrontational debates in his lab. Also on that boat was John and Carol, and they were going through a hard time. They were going to divorce the next year. But on the positive side, John and Ed were both known as drinking buddies. And Fitzgerald drank a little, but not only in moderation. The trip to the Sea of Cortez has often been mentioned as being a fairly harmonious trip. They did do their goal of collecting the specimens. They all made it through it. But perhaps the explanation for why Fitzgerald did not go was there was no room on the boat, or he had no invitation from Ed to join the group. Or probably Steinbeck was more of an organizer than Ed even. So next one.
And got about 30 more seconds.
Okay, so my conclusion was Fitzgerald had to wait to Monhegan to find Eden, but the next owner, Caroline Meitinger, spent 37 years there. Then the next owners from whom I bought the place spent 37 years here also. My belief is that 3 owners at least have found Eden here. And next slide and final slide is where am I going from here? There's issues with the house. I'm wondering whether I should do a Mills application or has it been changed too much? This is the frontispiece from the Sea of Cortez book that Ed Ricketts gave to Fitzgerald. And here we read, I expect you can use this to stuff your roof next time it gets to leak. So one of the goals in the future is to try to keep this place drier. more houses have been built up around it. There are drainage issues because of this much more hardscape draining down onto this property. And I'd also like to give a talk on the next owner, Caroline Magdinger, a very interesting lady. And I can finish now.
Well, thank you very much, Rosemary, for that fabulous presentation.
Thank you.
And our next presentation is Maria Madariaga, The Lady of Lace of 17 Mile Drive, A Story of Old Monterey by Marty Thompson. Marty Thompson, a freelance graphic designer and illustrator, plein air artist, recently obsessed with Monterey history. Raised an artist by an artist mother in Pennsylvania at the Carnegie Museum of Natural History in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. She currently resides in Cupertino, California, the heart of Silicon Valley, where she has worked for high-tech firms such as Lockheed and Apple for over 40 years.
The story of Maria Madariaga concerns a woman who lived on the Monterey Peninsula in the 1800s. Through her second husband, Fabiano Barreto, Maria owned Rancho Pescadero, a Mexican land grant of more than 4,000 acres. She is said to haunt the area to this day. Rancho Pescadero included the land that became Pebble Beach, the famous golf course. No one knows where Maria Madariaga is buried, but her home, a small Spanish-style adobe, still exists in the town of Monterey, on Abrego Street, 1 block from the Royal Presidio Chapel, the original Monterey mission dedicated to San Carlos Borromeo. Maria Madariaga is identified as the Lady in Lace of 17 Mile Drive, because of the many sightings of a beautiful female apparition in the area. It is believed that her restless spirit haunts the Del Monte Forest and the Carmel Mission, where her father and 3 husbands, but not her, are buried. This is a painting of Monterey in the 1840s, at the time that Maria Madariaga lived there. Period sailing ships also help date it. The first Presidio and Royal Presidio Chapel are just out of sight on the far right. The American flag flying above the Custom House on the left indicates that this is probably post-1846, when the U.S. claimed Monterey. The small bridge in the foreground appears to go over the freshwater lake estuary that attracted the first settlers to this location. The Madariaga adobe is probably just being built at this time. Maria would have seen the town grow from almost nothing to a thriving town. Born in San Diego in 1800, Maria Madariaga was 15 when her father, Felipe Garcia Romero, who was the blacksmith at the San Diego Presidio, brought her to Alta California, Monterey, overland via El Camino, the California Mission Trail to Soledad Mission in 1815 for an arranged marriage to Jose Castillo, a man twice her age. Her mother had died 2 years before in 1813, and her father would die 2 years later in 1817. Felipe was buried at the Carmel Mission Cemetery. Her father loved her enough to see her safely in the hands of an older man, but the marriage produced no children. When Jose Castillo died in 1832, Maria was left alone as a childless young widow. Maria was left alone in a rugged outpost of civilization, 19th century Monterey. Once again, Our Lady of Solitude shared her loneliness with Maria Madariaga. Maria's spirit now exists in a twilight world, in the realm of myths and legends. Her story is full of magic and mystery, romance and tragedy, and California history. Rancho Pescadero was a 4,426-acre Mexican land grant in present-day Monterey County, California, given in 1836 by Governor Nicolas Gutierrez to Fabian Barreto, a military man assigned to the Mexican Presidio. The grant extended along the Pacific coast from Rancho Punta de Pinos and Seal Rocks, south to Carmel by the sea, and encompassed present-day Pebble Beach, California. It comprised about 1/3 of the Monterey Peninsula, bordered by the adjacent Vaquero Point of Pinos. and the mission lands of 𝐼𝐼𝐴 Mission. Spain made about 30 concessions, or land grants, between 1784 and 1821, and after the War for Independence, Mexico issued about 270 land grants between 1833 and 1846. The ranchos established permanent land use patterns. The rancho boundaries became the basis for California's land survey system, and are found on modern maps and land titles. The rancheros patterned themselves after the landed gentry of New Spain, and were primarily devoted to raising cattle and sheep. The ranchos were often based on access to the resources necessary for raising cattle, such as grazing lands and water. Land development from that time forward has often followed the boundaries of the ranchos, and many of their names are still in use. For example, Rancho Pescadero, which retains its name at Pescadero Point on the Monterey Peninsula. The Legend of the Lady in Lace of 17 Mile Drive is an ancient tale of ghostly apparitions surrounding the famous ghost trees on the beautiful Monterey coast. The spooky, weather-beaten trees within Pescadero Point are a major attraction along California's 17-mile drive, which winds along the coast through Pebble Beach Resort. These twisted, sun-bleached trees are clustered along the coast at scenic Pescadero Point, evoking images of ghosts for their eerie, mysterious appearance. Maria Madariaga owned this area through her second husband, Fabian Barreto, who was granted the Rancho Pescadero in 1836. Fabian Barreto, a Mexican who came to Monterey in 1827, married Maria in 1833 at 𝐼𝐼𝐴 Mission. Barreto received the 1 square league grant in 1836, but died in 1841. Barreto was killed by a beam, presumably while building a house, most likely the Barreto adobe. These windblown, distorted trees evoke images of anguished spirits for their mysterious appearance. The Lady in Lace of 17 Mile Drive still seems to enjoy the scenic wonder of her past homeland, and perhaps giving visitors the gentle shock of their lives. She is hoping that you will not soon forget her. Rancho Pescadero was a 4,426-acre Mexican land grant in present-day Monterey County, California, given in 1836 by Governor Nicolas Gutierrez to Fabian Barreto, a military man assigned to the Mexican Presidio. The grant extended along the Pacific coast from Rancho Punta de Pinos and Seal Rocks, south to Carmel by the sea, and encompassed present-day Pebble Beach, California. It comprised about 1/3 of the Monterey Peninsula, bordered by the adjacent Rancho Punta Pinos, and the mission lands of 𝐼𝐼𝐴 Mission. The name Pebble Beach was originally given to a rocky Coven Beach strand, a prominent coastal segment of the Rancho Pescadero Spanish land grant that had been awarded to Fabian Barreto in 1836. In 1841, Fabian Barreto died under mysterious circumstances, and the land went through several owners. Barreto's widow, Maria Madariaga, sold the land to John Romey, who died in Placerville in 1850, in the California Gold Rush. Romey's widow sold the land to John Gore, who lived on the land with his 2 sons. In the 1850s, Chinese immigrants formed a series of fishing settlements along Carmel Bay, including one at Stillwater Cove, next to Pebble Beach. They collected abalone and various fish. In 1860, David Jack bought the Spanish land grant, in a double sale from Maria Madariaga, and was in litigation with John Gore for 50 years over the title. Eventually, when Gore died, David Jack won the land grant in court by default. Then, Jack sold it in 1880 to the Pacific Improvement Company, a consortium of the Big Four California Railroad barons. The Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo of 1848, which ended the Mexican War with the United States, provided that Mexican land grants were to be honored by the new California government, but that was easier said than done. Land title documents were required to prove, in court, the ownership of the land. Those kind of legal documents, deeds, and maps, were not always readily available, and court costs were often prohibitive. Taxes also had to be paid, and that required some kind of business development, like ranching, farming or mining. Rancho Pescadero was no exception. Many Mexican rancheros, including Maria Madariaga, were forced out of their land, or lost them through less than scrupulous, if not illegal, means. Maria sold her land for $500, about 12 cents per acre, to a local businessman named John Romey, who left for the gold rush in 1849, and never returned. His widow sold the land to John Gore. The infamous land speculator and resident of Pacific Grove, David Jacks, tried to acquire the land, and was in litigation with Gore for 50 years. By 1892, the Big Four Pacific Improvement Company, the PIC, laid out a scenic road that they called the 17-mile drive, meandering along the beaches and among the forested areas between Monterey and Carmel. The drive was offered as a pleasure excursion to guests of the PIC-owned Hotel Del Monte, and it was intended to attract wealthy buyers of large and scenic residential plots on PIC land. 17-mile drive included much of Rancho Pescadero, and part of adjacent Point Pinos Rancho, lands all acquired by David Jacks and sold to the Pacific Improvement Company. The legend of the Lady in Lace of 17-Mile Drive is an ancient tale of ghostly apparitions surrounding the famous ghost trees on the beautiful Monterey coast. The spooky, weather-beaten trees within Pescadero Point are a major attraction along California's 17-Mile Drive, which winds along the coast through Pebble Beach Resort. These twisted, sun-bleached trees are clustered along the coast at scenic Pescadero Point, evoking images of ghosts for their eerie, mysterious appearance. Maria Madariaga owned this area through her second husband, Fabian Barreto, who was granted the Rancho Pescadero in 1836. Fabian Barreto, a Mexican who came to Monterey in 1827, married Maria in 1833 at Carmel Mission. Barreto received the 1 square league grant in 1836, but died in 1841. Barreto was killed by a beam, presumably while building a house, most likely the Barreto adobe. These windblown, distorted trees evoke images of anguished spirits for their mysterious appearance. The Lady in Lace of 17-Mile Drive still seems to enjoy the scenic wonder of her past homeland, and perhaps giving visitors the gentle shock of their lives. She is hoping that you will not soon forget her. Over the years, there have been many sightings of a beautiful, lone lady, attired in a lacy white evening gown walking barefoot along the 17-Mile Drive, specifically, and most often, in the area of Pescadero Point near to ghost trees. It is usually on dark, foggy nights that she has frightened many a motorist who, when swerving to miss her, have found that she instantly disappears just as their car would hit her. The lady is part of the area's local ghost lore, especially in the small cafes and quaint quiet towns around the peninsula, like in the town of Carmel, where the locals answer with a knowing smile and a few kind words when asked about the Lady in Lace of Pebble Beach. Bob Shepard, Burlington Times. The WPA Monterey Peninsula Guidebook. written by Alan Ladd Delkin of Stanford University in 1946, guides the reader across the Monterey Peninsula, through Del Monte Forest and Rancho Pescadero, where Fabiano Barreto and his wife Maria lived in the 19th century. The section on ghost trees describes the history of Pebble Beach and 17 Mile Drive, including the story of Senior Barreto and his wife, Maria Madariaga, the ghost lady of 17 Mile Drive. The Federal Writers Project, FWP, was a federal government project in the United States, created to provide jobs for out-of-work writers during the Great Depression. It was part of the Works Progress Administration, WPA, a New Deal program of the 1930s. It was one of a group of New Deal arts programs, known collectively as Federal Project Number 1, or Federal 1. The FWP employed thousands of people, and produced hundreds of publications, including state guides, city guides, local histories, oral histories, ethnographies, and children's books. In addition to writers, the project provided jobs to unemployed librarians, clerks, researchers, editors, and historians. There were also photographers and illustrators who worked for the Federal Writers Project.
Thank you very much, Marty, for that great presentation. And up next, we have Red Altar, the story of 6 Chinese teens who started the fishing industry in the Monterey Bay area by Nancy Wang. Co-director of the Ethnotech, a kinetic storytelling theater nonprofit, has performed nationally and internationally for 1 million plus audience members since 1981, including Clinton and Obama's inaugural festivals in Washington, D.C. In 2015, she researched, wrote, and premiered Red Altar, the multimedia performance of the true story of 3 generations of her family that started the fishing industry in the Monterey Bay area. Now a historical fictional novel awaiting publication.
I am going to be reading from my book Red Altar, which is creative fiction based on real people and real historical events. The junk boat was caught in a storm and crashed into Carmel Bay in 1850 and were rescued by Rumson Esalen peoples, and when healthy, saw that the area had no fishing boats. As fisher people from the Pearl River Delta region of southern China, it was the perfect opportunity, and so they started the fishing industry of the Monterey Bay area. Now, my book has 29 chapters, and I will be reading chapter 15, and here are the characters. The first generation, the 2 who came on the junk boat from China, my great-great-grandfather Kwok Bo, also referred to as Baba, my great-great-grandmother So Mei, also the Mama, and their 3 children, Tuck Li, or Big Brother Gaga, Kwok Mui, also referred to as Big Sister Mui Mui, and who, by the way, has her picture hanging in the cabin at Point Lobos State Park. And then there was Little Sister Sai Mui Sing Hing. The intent of my book is to give a sense of the lives of my ancestors and their relationships as typical real people who lived and worked and contributed to the economy and history of Monterey despite discrimination. Now, I have no other slides, so please use your imagination. Chapter 15, Monterey Bay, 1868. Each year, the Chinese community grew larger and larger, and there were more and more men and more boats that dotted the Carmel and Monterey Bays. 2 more fishing villages would sprout up. By 1868, besides Point Lobos, the original fishing village, there was the Pescadero fishing village west of where the famous Pebble Beach course now is located. In addition, there was the Point Alones fishing village, where Cannery Row's Monterey Aquarium is now situated on the north end, reaching all the way to the south end, where Stanford's Hopkins Marine Station is now located. For Mui, the more men there were, the more to make the dancing dragons longer and longer for the Chinese New Year parade. And it also meant more little red envelopes, laicée, filled with shiny coins or crisp new paper money for good luck. Each year at New Year's time, children and single adults were given laicée by married adults. Most of the children smiled with a glint in their eyes, thinking about the candy they would buy with their good luck money. Now, since the Chinese Lunar New Year holiday is the most celebrated holiday for the Chinese, all the villages were preparing for the 2-week celebration. Red lanterns and red good luck signs hung on doors, and the loud popping of the firecrackers would begin days before the New Year. Sure, the villagers wanted to scare away any evil spirits, but it was obvious that the men mostly just enjoyed setting off the firecrackers, mesmerized by the red paper exploding off the firecrackers as they popped and scattered in all directions. Mui didn't mind because she loved seeing the streets turn red, covered with the red pieces of paper from the firecrackers after being set afire. And wading through the piles of red paper had to be good luck and extra power against the evil spirits. Mui knew that the evil spirits didn't like the color red, and that's why the firecrackers were always red. But what about humans? What about evil humans? She needed to make sure that everyone in her family would wear something red. Soon they would be going to the celebration, and she wanted as much good luck as possible, because the Lofan men, the Europeans from the big city of Monterey, would also be attending. She had heard that sometimes trouble was started by the young city boys. Although she was curious, she didn't want to be in any danger. Finally, with all their New Year preparations completed, Mui and family walked together to the parade, each of them donning a long piece of red cloth, one tied around Big Brother Tucklee's waist, little sister Saimui around her little pigtails, Mama with one around her wrist, same as Baba. As for Mui, she had tied one around her neck like a scarf. And it was the auspicious year of the dragon. Luck, 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 Mui chanted beneath her breath. Kakan, look, look, shouted little 𝐒𝐿, and she covered her ears to ward off the loud pops, all the while giggling with excitement. Long strings of firecrackers hung from long poles propped in the air with unceasing crackling in staccato bursts. The family had arrived at the main center of activity in town for the New Year parade, a dirt-packed street framed by 4 corners. Already throngs of Chinese fishermen and their families, decorated with something red for good luck, cheered on their brightly decorated dragon's long yellow and red cloth body as it snaked around and around. Bronze gongs and round red drums kept a steady rhythm, much like the hearts of the crowd, beating with excitement. This celebration was anticipated all year long, and now it was here. 𝐷𝐿 and 𝐒𝐿 children could not stop jumping up and down. Soon, they blended in with the crowds, excitedly chattering and laughing in goodwill as they surrounded the parade and the dragon on all sides. It was the year of the dragon, a symbol of wealth and wisdom, strength and power, and everyone was hoping that the dragon would grant them those qualities for this entire lunar year. Everyone knew they and their neighbors needed those qualities to survive in life, no matter where they lived. Now, in a different area, the Lofan, European peoples of Monterey and Pacific Grove, were bunched together watching the various activities from afar. 𝐷𝐿 wondered if they too wanted the power of the dragon for themselves. Seemed to her they already had power, wealth, at least compared to the Chinese. Now Big Brother Tucklee, tall for his 13 years, took the small hand of Saimui, youngest sister 𝐒𝐿, swooped her onto his back, and promised to be safe as he wandered through the crowd looking for friends. Mui watched her brother get swallowed up into the crowd, her little sister's head bouncing up and down with each step her brother took, both of them getting smaller and smaller. Once out of sight, she turned her attention back to the dancing dragon. Pulling on her father's shirt, she asked, Baba, in China, do women and girls get to be in the dragon dance? Huh? You think women want to be in such a thing? Ugh! 𝐷𝐿 looked at his daughter and laughed. Mui, it would be too embarrassing for women jumping around like that, added Mama. Not for me, exclaimed 𝐒𝐻. She looked around the crowd and added, well, maybe the Lo Fan, the Europeans would want to see a woman do such a thing. No, see women do this, 𝐻𝐻, you are crazy. 𝐷𝐷 and 𝐒𝐚 laughed at the words spilling out of their eldest daughter. They both shook their heads as they glanced at each other, smiled, and thought, who splashed invisible ink on their American children? They looked Chinese, but they didn't act Chinese. At least they didn't act Chinese enough. How did they come to think like this? But Papa, Mama, 𝐻𝐻 continued, look how all the Lo Fan come to see the parade. They laugh, they stop being mean to us. 𝐻𝐻 looked up at her father, whose eyebrows now bundled together, then glanced at her mother, who remained silent. With a confused sigh, she continued, and Papa, on Saturday nights, is it true sometimes cowboys ride to our village, lasso our men, and cut off their queues? 𝐷𝐷 started. 𝐒𝐚 turned her gaze to him, hoping his response would satisfy their inquisitive daughter and at the same time end this persistent inquiry. With elbows akimbo, fists on his hips, instead 𝐷𝐷 shouted, when did you hear this? Who told you? 𝐻𝐻 quickly lowered her head. Had she heard something she was not supposed to repeat? 𝐒𝐚 glared at her husband, then glanced down at her daughter and wrapped her arm around her shoulder as if to ward off the cowboys themselves and Baba's anger. By the late 1860s, European immigrants began to move into and dominate the politics and culture of Monterey. Soon they began to set new rules and conditions for living in the area. Even 𝐻𝐻 had begun hearing strange words being tossed at the Chinese. Stupid, filthy, evil, inferior, yellow peril, the dregs of society. 𝐻𝐻 didn't even know what those words meant, but when she saw their faces contort in hate, and when they'd spit on the Chinese, there was no question as to what they felt. 𝐷𝐷 pulled his daughter close and warned, always be careful. Stay alert, 𝐻𝐻. That's why we burn incense to 𝐿, the god who protects us from ghosts, beggars, bandits, and from dangerous strangers. And 𝐷𝐷 took a long look at the crowd of Lo Fan across the road. 𝐻𝐻 shivered. But why, Baba, do the strangers come to our Chinese New Year celebration if they don't like us? Yeah, it's free, and they like to gamble with the little money they have. And 𝐷𝐷 waved his arm, leveling his own hand, surveying back and forth all the many activities. Look how they look. Love to watch the Chinese in the ring toss game. They make bets on who is going to win. As a mother, the way their conversation was going, enough, she thought. This is New Year's. It's not a time to worry with fear. Now, the parade was over. She grabbed her daughter's hand and wanted to change the subject. So she pulled her and 𝐷𝐷 toward the large crowd, eager to watch the toss game, the ring toss game, which garnered was really a very amazing spectacle. Each one prepared themselves to grab the ring and be named as champion. 𝐒𝐚 and family peered through the crowd to find Tuck Lee. They needed to relieve him of Hing so he could join in the game. There! Tuck Lee! Cried out 𝐒𝐚, worried for her youngest daughter riding on his back in this surging crowd that was getting more and more excited by the minute. Suddenly, the crowd roared with approval as two elders armed with matches emerged from the crowd. It was time for the game to begin. The ring toss game involved a ring of thick braided rope set on top of a 3-foot firecracker. The firecracker would be lit, and when the firecracker exploded, the ring would fly up into the air. Young men chosen from each village stood nearby. These eager men whose task it was to grab the flying ring to win each round. Boom! The firecracker was lit. The ring flew towards the sky, and the men ran toward where they hoped the ring would land, while a melee of multiple bodies did the same. Now the ring began its rapid fall, back to earth, landing somewhere on the road. The competition exploded as men dove onto the road, into the throbbing circle of flailing arms and legs of their competitors. Dust sprayed into the air as the men scrambled for the ring. Little 𝐒𝐻𝐻, now on Mama's back, and 𝐒𝐐 now on Baba's shoulders, bounced up and down, shouting and shouting for 𝐒𝐿𝐼, their big brother, to win. 𝐒𝐿𝐼, 𝐒𝐿𝐼, go, go, go! They watched the only objects decipherable on the dirt-packed street, dozens of flying feet in the smoke and dust. Whoever grabbed the ring first and emerged from the chaos would earn 1 point as the crowd cheered. Then the judge would light another 3-foot firecracker with a rope ring, and once again the men would dive after the ring. This would continue again and again, several times, until the winner with the most points would not only earn some money and good luck, but most importantly get to name the next chief of his village. Now, 𝐒𝐞, however, for the first time, was not cheering his son on, nor the other young men from their village. He was lost in his swirling thoughts and his conversation with his eldest daughter. He would have to warn 𝐒𝐿𝐼 about the strangers amidst them. 𝐒𝐞 set his daughter 𝐒𝐞 down from his shoulders and immediately pulled away from the crowd. You've seen how the Lo-Fan grab our candy by the fistful and stuff them into their mouths? You no hear any thank you, no asking, just grab and stuff. Those Lo-Fan are not the same as our Lo-Fan friends. Do not get confused, 𝐒𝐿𝐼. What looks the same is not always the same. And 𝐒𝐞 thought about his 3 children and what was to become of them in this rude country. Now, as 𝐒𝐿𝐼 looked around, she wondered which Lo-Fans were the good ones and which ones were the bad ones. This dilemma would still linger in her mind when in the next few years she was finally allowed to enter the city of Monterey without her parents. She would be older and strong enough. She would be the designated one from her family to sell fish in the city far from her village. Her young sister 𝐒𝐻𝐻, tagging along. Chapter 15. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nancy. That was a great presentation. Thank you so much. So we're going to move on to our next presentation. Next up is Master Chief McAdams rolling a 36-foot motored lifeboat in 1953 by Joe Novello. Joe Novello, born and raised in San Francisco, spent 4 years in the Coast Guard as a surf boat coxswain. After 30 years in education as a teacher and administrator volunteers as the manager of the Toledo Community Boathouse and Free Family Boating Program. Master Chief McAdams, retired Coast Guard Master Chief Thomas McAdams, is a legend, having participated in over 5,000 rescues. Chief McAdams received numerous awards and medals, including the Gold Life-Saving Achievement, Merit Commendation, and Conduct Medal. He has been featured in numerous magazines, newspapers, television shows, and movies.
I'm Thomas D. McAdams, retired United States Coast Guard, going on 27 years. New Year's Eve, 1953-54. It was New Year's Eve, and I had the duty, I had the watch list made out, so half the crew could go on shore on Christmas and half the crew could go ashore on New Year's Eve. So New Year's Eve I had the duty. I took the watch and the tower that day so one man could go on home and have his 72 hours. That evening around 3, 4 o'clock in the afternoon, we got a call that 3 or 4 fishing vessels were coming up from the south, and the bar was getting bad and starting to break, and the winds were up to about just under gale force winds, going up to 25 to 30 some miles an hour. and the bar was getting rougher all the time, and the swells were increasing to 12 to 15 feet. So we took the boats and we went down to the standby at the bar. Vanderhoof, he was a BM2 and I was a BM2. That's a bosun mate second class. And we got to the bar and we're standing by. And as we were standing by, it was starting to get dark. It was a dark, stormy day. And one of the fishing boats called in, the 𝐒𝐤𝐴𝐥, 56-foot, heavy boat, called in and said he had just lost his engine and that he had a broken oil line and he needed assistance as soon as possible. And he was just about at the whistle buoy in 100 feet of water, and with the winds coming out of the southwest up to 30, 35 miles an hour, he was drifting fairly fast. I said, I'll take the call, and I had one man, crewman, my engineer, Ray Miller, was with me, and just the two of us crossed the bar. And it was a rough trip crossing the bar. And the radios in those days were tube radios. And so they couldn't take too much shaking around, and the tubes would loosen up or break in there. And as we crossed the bar, I noticed the radio wasn't working, and I'd get on it and I'd pound on it a little bit, and it would come back and work back and forth. When we finally got to the 𝐒𝐤𝐴� just inside the whistle buoy, we passed them our tow line. So they got the line on board and made it fast, and we strung out about probably 600-700 feet of line to get the right Canton carry in the line. And as we did this, the wind, and it was getting darker all the time, and the 36-footer only has a small spray shield on there to stop the waves from coming over and dousing you completely. You just get the spray. And we got him in tow and started in towards the bar, and he called me on the radio, and the radio was working at that time, and I called him back and said, what's your problem? He says, the line, he said, my deck is a little rotten up forward. It was an old boat. He said, I have a deck winch, and you're tearing the deck winch right out of the deck, and it's loosening on up. And I said, Roger. And so we slacked up on the tow hawser, and we really had to watch it, because now the engine's running, we're laying there, we're pulling in line. I didn't want to have the one man pull in the 700-800 feet of line that we were now stringing on out. And so I backed up to give him enough slack, but we had to watch it with the drift and the set. And finally he called back and he said, I've got the hawser retrieved, and I put it around the wheelhouse and back down to a big heavy cleat. I said, Roger. So we took off again. And about that time, the skipper of the station, Mr. Lawrence, warrant officer, W4, he called on, and we got him on the radio, and he says, do not attempt to bring the vessel in. The bar is now breaking, it's dark, and it's too dangerous to bring the vessel in at this time. He said, hold him at sea. I said, wow. So I called the boat, and I said, did you receive that? And he said, Roger. So I started making a big wide turn so I could keep the hawser taut and head back out to sea. We got heading southwest into the storm, and the winds were kind of right going from the southwest, and they were moving around to the west. And I said, this storm's going to switch on us and start coming out of the northwest, and pretty soon the winds will let up a little bit. And that's just what happened. And so as we were heading back out to sea, I said, it's going to be a long, miserable night. And we didn't have the gear they have today, like big, heavy dry suits and wetsuits and that. We had a foul weather jacket, and we had denim dungaree pants, which were already soaking wet. And this foul weather jacket, it was kind of green in color, and after a while it would soak through, and so you were completely soaking wet. We didn't have really any gear to spend the night out there, and we left fairly fast, not knowing that, or thinking we would be out there all night. So then he called me back and he said, we're getting the 125-foot Coast Guard rescue vessel out of Coos Bay to come up and relieve you of the tow. He said he'll be there sometime in the morning. Well, that's almost a 100-mile run from Coos Bay up in the city down to the bar, and the ship is on a 2-hour standby. And I said, it's not going to be here until almost daylight. and it's going to be a long, long, cold, wet, miserable. And Miller says, I don't feel good. He says, and the boat is rolling from gunnel to gunnel to gunnel, back and forth. And the water coming through into the well deck comes through the scuppers, so the water that comes over the top can run out, but it can also come through the scuppers and run in. And so your feet are continually underwater. And Miller was very seasick, and heaving, getting the dry heaves. And I said, this is not going to be good at all. And so we're going along, and about an hour or so into the tow, and just plain miserable. And all of a sudden I heard the engine go, roar, and it came to a dead halt and stopped. And I said, oh no, I knew what it was. The line was in the screw and had killed the engine, wrapped up, got it so tight that the engine couldn't run, and just like somebody grabbing the engine and holding it until it stops. And we're dead in the water. And I reached over to grab the radio, and then I gave it a big bang, and the fisherman came on, and the fisherman was calling me, saying, Coast Guard, he said, I got my oil line fixed, I got my engine running, I got it. He said, it's running fine, it's in gear. I tried it in gear. And I said, yes. He put the boat in gear, and I'm going dead slow because I didn't want to go fast. I'm just enough engine swell to hang up and come down slowly. And so when he started his engine and put it in gear, he went ahead, and that put a big Cannery in the line, and it went like this, and I go up the swell, and when I came down, I landed on the hawser, and it wrapped up in the screw and killed the engine. So I called him, and I says, the engine is dead, I have the line in the screw. And he said, I'll tow you to sea. And I said, you can't do that. The line is tied around the screw. You'll tear the shaft and the screw off the boat. I said, then I'll be in a sinking condition. You proceed to safety. I'm still responsible for you because I've had you in tow until I get you back in. I said, you proceed to sea, and I'll call the other lifeboat. And the other lifeboat had heard it, and they said, well, we're coming, what's your position? I said, I'm just a little bit southwest of the whistle buoy. And he said, very well. So he started directly for me, and the lifeboats, the 36-foot lifeboats, had little teeny running lights, and it had a bow light on it that raised up. And I had lowered the bow light because working with the fishing boat and that, every time we go down, the spray would come up and hit the light and would blind me, so I lowered that. So I went up and I put it back in position so I'd have some light. Anyway, he missed me. He went out and I drifted in, and I got thinking, I'm going to go on the reef over there on the north side, and if I do this, there's big heavy breaks, 25, 30 foot heavy, and they'll just smash us. So I got to get out the anchor. So I had Miller hold the searchlight, and I went up, and the boat had two anchors, a 55-pounder and a 100-pounder. I said, I won't be able to handle the 100-pounder because the boat's rolling back and forth, and that's all I need is a 100-pound anchor in my hand and have it fall and crush me against the bulwarks. So I grabbed the 55-pound anchor, took out the ready box, got 300 feet of line, made fast to it, made sure all the pins were in the anchor, made sure it was made fast, threw it overboard, strung out the 300 feet of line, went forward, crawled across the forecastle, up into, there's a round hole up there called, we call it the glory hole. You could stand up to it in your waist, and had two scuppers at the bottom, so fill full of water, it would drain out. And I jumped in the glory hole and made the line fast around the Samson post, and now, we're secure. The anchor is holding fine. So it drug across the bottom of the waist, and then it grabbed in and it held up real good. So then I called the other boat and told him right where we were, and he came over and bent hoofing the 36514, another 36-footer, and he said, okay, and he threw me a heaving line. So once he threw me the heaving line, I pulled it on board as fast as I could, made it fast, took the hawser and made that fast, and he took me in tow and started across the bar. And he said, the report is that heavy swells, no brakes. And he started across the bar, and the tow line broke. We took a breaker, and it ran our boat ahead and hit his boat, and the 3-inch hawser just snapped in two. And we were drifting in towards the end of the north jetty, and he made a quick turn, and I grabbed the hawser and I pulled it on board as fast as I could, and he came back and his seaman threw me the line, and I don't have all my line in yet, so I just made a round turn and made a quick bit, what we call a Beckett bend, threw it out, and the line came fast, and he took me back on out. And they said, well, we need another lifeboat and another line. So they called Depot Bay, and Depot Bay sent their lifeboat on out, and they wanted 3 men, so they always got the volunteer fire department to help them. So they blew the whistle, and one fireman came. It was New Year's Eve, and of course he got seasick the minute they got out there. And anyway, they made it down there in an hour and a half, 2 hours. And they took us in tow and started across the bar. And I said, I don't like this, and I'm going to put a drogue, a sea anchor, behind the boat to give me a drag. And I put the sea anchor on out, and he started towing us on in. And another big, large swell came down on top of us and shot us ahead and hit the other boat, and it broke that other 3-inch vanilla hawser, just snapped it. And we drifted over on the reef, and Miller's holding a searchlight, and I went up and jumped in the glory hole to take a line from the first boat coming, and he went right on by it. They were making their line up very neatly instead of just pulling on board, and just went on by us. And Van Hoof came out, and about that time, before he got to us, I drifted right into the south reef, and a huge break came down and rolled us over twice, broke every beam in top of the engine room, tore out the coamings fore and aft, and I was in the glory hole, and I just ducked down and held my breath as long as I could. And I thought, if we sink and we're upside down, I'm going to stick my head out and I'll stick it right into the sand. And I reached down like this, and it was open clear, and I stood up, and the boat was upright, and Miller was gone. And I crawled across the forecastle, and of course he had the searchlight, and the searchlight was gone, and it was pitch black. And I crawled across the forecastle, down the catwalk, and to the stern of the boat, and I yelled, Miller, Miller, Miller. And I heard his voice out in the darkness, and he went out of the boat, taking his life jacket off, but I tied it onto him in big square knots, and he landed right on top of the drogue that I'd set out, and he's pulling himself back on the drogue line. And I get him on board, we locked ourselves in the forecastle, and we drifted along for a while, rolled over one more time, and as we rolled over, the fire extinguisher came off the bulkhead, hit me over the head, and I said, Miller, what did you hit me for? He said, I didn't hit you, but you sure are bleeding, because you bleed so profusely from the head. And I had blood all over me, and of course, we were soaking wet anyway. And I said, well, we're still in good shape. I said, as long as we don't hit the rocks on the jetty, we're fine. And pretty soon we felt boom, 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 and we're in the sand. I thought, oh, we're home free. And he said, let's get out of here. I said, no, let's stay put. I said, really get grounded good. And 2 or 3 more big breaks, and the boat hit this bottom 4 or 5 times. And I said, now. And I opened the hatch, and I locked it back down, because the boat would still be in great shape. And I said, can you swim? And he's not very good. I said, okay, you jump first. I can jump afterwards and grab you. And he said, okay. And I said, it might be crab potholes. It might be really deep. And he said, okay. And so he dived off the boat, in kind of a swan dive. And then we had our life jackets on. And of course, the water was only that deep. And he hit the water, kind of knocked the wind out of him. He's laying there, and I jumped after him, and he goes, I said, come on, let's get out of here. And we ran up the beach, and we sat there saying that, and the sirens went off. It was New Year's Eve, and the sirens off. I said, welcome ashore on Guayaquina Beach. And the truck was coming down the beach with the skipper and Mr. Lawrence. He picked us up, took us back to the station, and the doctor was called and came down and looked. He said, oh, he won't need stitches. He's got a good scrape in the head. And the wife was home waiting for me, been calling all evening, wanting to know, and they just kept telling her, no, he's out to sea. He'll probably be out there all night. So I called her and told her I'm coming home, and she says, okay, fine. And I came home, and the next day we went down with the D7 Cat, got the boat off the beach, and they took it to the mill, and they lowered it into the water, and it's still running today.
Thank you so much, Joe and Master Chief, for that harrowing story. Thank you so much for that presentation. And for our last but not least final presentation, we have Between John Steinbeck and Between Pacific Tides by 𝐒𝐿 𝐒𝐿. 𝐒𝐿 came to Monterey for the first time in March of 1988 as an exchange student and fell in love with John Steinbeck. He is a professor of English at Nimi University, Japan, and president of the John Steinbeck Society of Japan now.
Thank you for your introduction, Sean. My name is 𝐒𝐿 𝐒𝐿. I am a professor of English at Nimi University, Okayama, Japan, and president of the John Steinbeck Society of Japan. I'm not a resident of Monterey, nor a resident of California. but I often visit California as a John Steinbeck scholar. So my talk is not as much local history as a personal history of myself. Something like Serendipity through John Steinbeck and the book of Between Pacific Tides. When I was an exchange student in San Jose, California, my host family, the Barrows, took me to Monterey in March 1988. Monterey is such a lovely city, and I fell in love with this wonderful city. So, sorry about this. One of my first impressions of Monterey was that it is a fishery town as it is located by the sea. I saw some fishermen dried their fishing nets. Next slide, please. Thank you. We enjoyed strolling along the beaches in Monterey, taking these pictures. Next one, please. I even had a picture taken with a police car. Next. We drove along 17-mile drive, and the lone cypress was quite impressive. And so we took a picture. And actually, in Nimi City, not this one, sorry, thank you. Actually, in Nimi City, where I live, there is a pine tree on a rock alongside the Takahashi River. And perhaps we could call the tree the lone pine, and maybe those trees could become sister trees. Next one, please. And we visited Carmel too. And Clint Eastwood was mayor of Carmel then, but I was not lucky enough to see him in person then. Next one, please. One of the most impressive events during my visit to this area was that I met John Steinbeck, not in person, but in statue. My host family, Mr. and Mrs. Burroughs, told me about Steinbeck, so I instantly got interested in reading his books. I was writing a graduation thesis on Mark Twain then, but when I was enrolled in the graduate school, I started studying about John Steinbeck. Next one, please. Next of my visit to Monterey area was in August 1994. I was a member of the delegation of the John Steinbeck Society of Japan, led by Dr. Kiyoshi Nakayama, one of the most renowned John Steinbeck scholars in Japan. And during our stay in Monterey, I strolled around the town. Next one, please. We visited Stevenson's house, and I translated John Steinbeck's short story titled How Edith McGillicuddy Met R.L. Stevenson into Japanese several years later. Next one, please. Okay. I did not have a picture taken with a police car then, but I visited police station and Old Monterey jail. Next one, please. And we stayed at Doubletree Hotel then. I remember the name of this hotel very well because it reminded me of the dog which appears in Steinbeck's The Red Pony, Doubletree Mutt. We also visited Scottish Festival during our stay in Monterey. Next one, please. And I walked along the seaside then, of course. Next one. And I took these photos too. Next one, please. Thank you. I think it was the first time for me to see a yellow fire engine, so I took this photo. And parks in Monterey were quite impressive too. Look at the this lion water fountain. Next one. And ta-da! I visited Monterey Public Library in August 1994. And it seems from the background photo of Inga, it looks a little different now. But so now I must return to the library to see how much it has changed and how much it has stayed the same. And next one, please. The most impressive thing about Monterey Public Library to me was this. Book return boxes were located alongside the street with their mouth facing to the street, not to the side road. I thought it was very convenient because people could return books without getting off the car. And I believed you could have smaller space for parking lot with this, so that you could have larger library space. And next one, please. We also went to Pacific Grove and visited Steinbeck's cottage and the monarch butterfly trees there. It was in August, so we could not see any monarch butterflies there, though. And next one. We attended Steinbeck Festival in Salinas and met these great Steinbeck lovers, including Susan 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐺. And next one, please. My next visit to Monterey was in March 1997, when I attended the International John Steinbeck Conference in San Jose and Monterey. I did a presentation in Monterey Bay Aquarium then. Of course, I visited John Steinbeck statue. And next one, please. Next of my visit to Monterey was in August 2011. Of course, I visited John and took a photo together. And next one. Okay. Next in May 2016, at the International Steinbeck Conference at San Jose State University, I was in the same panel with Donald Coles, one of the co-authors of the newly published book titled A Tidal Odyssey. My presentation was about sickness and illness in Steinbeck's life and literature, and Donald Coles' topic was about publishing of Between Pacific Tides. And next one, please. Yes, this is a presentation by Donald Coles, and I am sitting next to him. Thank you. And next one, please. Before the conference, I went to Recycle Bookstore in Campbell and found a copy of Between Pacific Tides at the bookstore. And next one, please. I bought the book and found out that the copy was a Christmas gift to a lady named Barbara Barnes from her dad in 1957, about 60 years before. I was quite interested in the original book owner, and I did some research about Barbara Barnes. I found her obituary on the internet, so she had already passed away. I also found her husband's obituary too. With the two obituaries, I found the names of Barbara's daughter and her grandchildren. I did this kind of research thinking that perhaps I needed to return this special book to her relatives because I believe this was one of their mother's or grandmother's memorial books. But through this research, I could get in touch with David Bino and John Bino, two of the grandsons of Barbara Barnes. And next one, please. This picture was courtesy of David Bino. So through the messenger conversation about their grandmother's book and my interest in John Steinbeck with David and John, David Bino sent me this photo of the first shipment of iceberg lettuce to the East Coast, which was described in John Steinbeck's East of Eden. This is the end of my talk. So, and after this COVID-19 pandemic, I really must return to Monterey and the other neighboring cities in California to see the places and to meet my old and newly acquired friends, including my lifelong friend, John Steinbeck. Thank you very much for your listening.
Thank you very much, Kiyoshi, for that wonderful presentation. And I want to say thank you all to our fabulous presenters who shared such wonderful presentations. And I want to thank everyone for coming and joining us. It was a fantastic event, and we're just very happy to have you all here. Well, thank you all very much. And thank you all for spending the time, spending this Saturday with us. It was fabulous to hear all these great presentations. And I hope everyone just has a great weekend. And the recording of this presentation will be up on the Monterey Public Library's YouTube page in about a week or so. And so if you came in late, missed a presentation, or would like to revisit any, please feel free to check out our YouTube page, and you can watch the recording. Well, this concludes our 3rd annual History Slam, and thank you all, and have a great weekend.